What's up, YouTube? So I am. Oh, I need to download this image real quick, like. Okay. And then I'm going to get started. Current page, download. All right, I'm going to change my background, and then I got to go live on the tube. Or on TikTok, rather. There we go. Safe space for men. I am trolling with that, by the way. I think it's kind of funny. It's an homage to the old mods. I thought this was a safe space. It's not a safe space. Nothing on the internet is fucking safe space. Jesus Christ, grow up, people. All right. Double standards. Actually, let's just do Manly Monday or safe space for men. Here we go. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth. What's up? Otherwise known as the liberal loudmouth in some circles, apparently. All right. It's time to get this shit done. I've been off for a few days. I would say it was nice, but it wasn't really all that nice. Let's see here. Let me go search for myself and share this shit out. If even there's people still left that come here, who fucking knows anymore? Liberal loudmouth. There we go. And there's the live. Let me share. There. Yeah, I'll send it to him, even though he's a little cuck bitch. We are live. And shared. What's up, guys? We're just getting started. So if you're a man and you're wanting on the panel, you're welcome to go ahead and join up. We got some interesting things today. I saw a video this morning that maybe you're coming in because of that video. I don't know, but once we get, I don't know, maybe 20 people in here, I'll play the video so we can get started. It's kind of weird. I'd like to think this lady was trolling, but you never can fucking tell these days. Some of these people on, especially TikTok, I don't know what it is. It's like a fucking mental disorder or something. I don't know what's going on, but some of the shit people say on this app is weird. It's really weird. Hey, Gucci, what's up, man? I hadn't seen you in a while. How are you only a level 5? That seems weird. Yeah, Gucci used to come up. I don't know if Gucci's still around anymore. Oh, he left. Yeah, he's friendly with Paula. She who shall not be named, the catfish, as somebody else called her. So I don't know what that agenda is all about, but either way, we're here to talk about men shit. That's what we're here to talk about. What's up, Chip? I saw you in there. It's good to see you, man. I'd love to hear from you. I guess I'll start at 15 because I've been gone for a while. Who knows? We may only have 20 fucking people watching today. That's okay. Once we get to around 15 people, so share the live, hit the like button, or start tapping the screen, do all those things. And then I'm going to play this weird video. It's very weird. Rando, what's up, Rando? Keep in mind, we'll get back into politics around 11 o'clock Eastern Central. We're gonna transition from the man panel into politics. So if you want to come back and talk about politics, then you can come back around that time. The man panels for 2 hours on Mondays. And still, some people think that's too much time for men. Why are we giving so much space to men? Men have everything. What's up, Rocky? It's good to see you. Anyway, you know what? We may not even hit 15 people. But maybe if I played this video. Okay, here we go. If you... What's up, Brianna? If you came in due to my video, please let me know in the comments. This is the video that I'm talking about. Is it cheating? Part 3. This is at It's Me Live with like 4 V's at the end. That's the creator's name. Anyway, here we go. We'll just take a listen.
Is it cheating if a man wears his wedding band? I'll tell you why it is. Because a lot of women are drawn to men that they know are taken. And so that man flaunting the fact that someone chose him is flaunting the fact that there's something to take. So he's trying to say, look at me, someone chose me, and this is why you should too. And special shout out to men that fidget with it. You know those men that you're like talking to and they're like, it's like, first of all, are you trying to flaunt it and trying to get someone to like be curious as to why someone chose you? Or are you trying to like fling that shit off? Because that's also cheating.
So let's review. If you wear a wedding ring, you're cheating. Because there are women that seek out men, apparently, who are married. But if you take the ring off, you're also cheating. So, like, what, are we just supposed to stay at home and, like, brew beer in the garage and fix the garbage disposal and take out the trash? Is right? So, like, yeah, Ganastia says, or it could be that it's a fidget. Yeah, it could be. Good morning, Hooligan. Good to see you. Hooligan's laughing. Heck, I'd take mine off and spin it on my desk. Because you're a cheater. That's why you do it. Apparently. Now, I've never heard that before, that, like, you know, the wedding ring makes you a cheater or not. I don't even wear mine, like, anywhere ever. I just hate jewelry. I hate rings. So does that make me a cheater? I mean, Jesus Christ. You're supposed to just take out the trash, and that's what you do. Otherwise, you're a cheater. Yeah. Oh, my God, look. There's a man. He's breathing. He must be cheating. I don't get it. What's up, Nikki? It sounds so ridiculous. Yes, Brianna. So, like, I don't know if this lady is trolling, because clearly that's a little weird, but she seemed serious enough to me. And like, I went through and looked through some of her other content, and she's like a feminazi, I guess you could call her. I don't know, I don't want to use that word. Trying to think of a more PC word to use. I don't know. She's an interesting character. Or maybe she did it on purpose to get people to like do response videos to it. Who fucking knows? Women, any thoughts? Yeah, Hooligan. Now, are you able to come up? Like, is the request there? I think it should be there. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and I'm going to go to my alt, bring my alt in. That way, if I step outside, I can still talk. Well, if I can. There we go. Yeah, I saw that, and it just really just irked the shit out of me. Because what are we doing, right? What are we doing as society, just in general? Like, it doesn't make any sense. No matter what we do, somehow it's wrong and unacceptable. And like, I don't understand, like, the lack of accountability either. Because, like, you know, if a dude's cheating, yeah, I mean, obviously that's a problem. But if you have women that go around, like, is that really a thing where women seek out married men? I haven't really ever dealt with that, you know. I've never really noticed that, but maybe there's men out there that do it to test. I don't know. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, it's not up yet. Here we go. Let me see. Yeah, I've never really heard of that. Hooligan, have you ever had any issues with, like, when you were wearing a wedding ring? Is that a thing where women hit on you more or something?
Yeah, actually, I think that is a thing. It's more of a challenge if the man's married. He's locked down. He's not going to be chasing you, type of thing. I've heard that before. I've heard it before.
You've heard it, but have you experienced it?
No, I do know that when you get with somebody, a girlfriend, a wife, or whatever, I think you carry a certain, I don't want to say ego, but a certain pride. You walk around, you've got a good woman, you're married, you're happy. I think that attracts people, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Because if you're happy and you're in a good relationship, I mean, it shows,
So
bro.
you
You know what
mean
I mean?
just
Carry around.
naturally, like based off your demeanor, would elicit like a more attractive version of you than if you were without?
Correct. Correct. You just, like I said, like you said, your demeanor. If you're in a good mood, and you're happy in your life. I mean, it shows in your daily. You know what I mean? So then, if a woman sees a man that's walking around with his head held high, he's happy. He probably, whether he looks good or not, like, dress nice. You know what I mean? But like, you carry yourself differently. And I've been hit on, you know, numerous times, and it's like, man, I got a woman. You're late in the game, dude. You know what I mean? But I think it's because of the happiness. Because you carry yourself a certain way. I think could be a big part of it.
Interesting. Now, Nikki, I don't normally let women up on the man panel, but you had a story you wanted to share about your BFF.
My ex BFF, yes. So her reasons had nothing to do with the man himself. It was about, if he's taken, then that means, for one, he's not going to try to pursue more of a relationship, right? That's one. Some women
Exactly.
prefer the freedom that comes with being the side chick.
So basically,
Right?
she's looking for the dick, and she doesn't want any.
and
Okay,
she wanted
that
the
makes sense.
obligation-free shit, because you have to understand, from the women's perspective, a lot of women that are dating these days, especially single mothers, have to protect themselves against hobosexuals, men that only want to be with them for a place to live, right? And
Oh
so
my
for
God!
her,
Did you just say a hobosexual?
No,
Yeah.
dude, that was fucking good, dude. That
I'm
was
sorry.
so good.
That's fucking hilarious. I've never heard that before. Sorry, go ahead, Nikki.
I didn't make that up. I picked it up, but yeah, that's a thing too. But we'll get into that another time. But another reason is because she knew that in her mind, her perspective, right? She knew that he was a better pick than a single guy because someone already picked him. Just the simple fact that a woman decided that you were worthy of getting papers and the government involved, then that says to her that you're a higher quality man, right?
Okay, so how the fuck are men supposed to, like, if you've got somebody who's like, oh, if you're wearing a wedding ring, you're definitely cheating. Like, what the fuck do we do?
Not be concerned with things that don't apply. Let it fly. That's the best advice I can give on that, honestly. Is I think people get offended when they are lumped into the quote unquote all when it doesn't apply to them, and so it's unnecessary frustration on your part and unnecessary
But her
arguments
question was-
and defense on others.
Her question
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, her question was, is it cheating if you wear a wedding band? And she said yes. Here, I'll play it again. Give me just a second.
I'm missing some
play that
context.
video.
I'm confused.
Did you see the video?
No, I've only seen you on screen. Remember, I came in and said good morning, Tim. That's when I got here.
I say, okay, so let me play this video again for some context. This is what I was referring to. Let me play this again. Here, can you see it?
Is it cheating if a man wears his wedding band? I'll tell you why it is. Because a lot of women are drawn to men that they know are taken. And so that man flaunting the fact that someone chose him is flaunting the fact that there's something to take. So he's trying to say, look at me, someone chose me, and this is why you should.
But wait
too.
to the end.
And special shout out to men that fidget with it. You know those men that you're like talking to and they're like, it's like, first of all, are you trying to flaunt it and trying to get someone to like be curious as to why someone chose you, or are you trying to like fling that shit off, because that's also cheating?
So taking it off is cheating. Wearing it's cheating.
I think that particular woman that did that video is extremely insecure. She needs to look up Chantel Hyde and get No More Assholes in the Glow Up Journal. That's what I think of that. She is projecting her insecurities onto men, right? And this is a huge problem on both sides. And that's why I said, if it doesn't apply, let it fly, because you're just going to find yourself in pointless fucking arguments with people who are not on the level to even understand where you're coming from. They only see through their own perspectives. That's it, the end. Right? We know this because we debate politics all the time, Tim.
Yeah, well, would we say that about a man saying something about women, though? Would you say if it doesn't apply, let it fly?
Yes. In my opinion, personally, yes.
But most
if it
people
don't apply,
wouldn't.
let it fly. Because people mistakenly speak in absolutes when they are of lower education. We'll just put it that way, right? When they aren't that bright, they will apply, all, every, when that's never the case, right? That's never the case. And I can say never as an absolute because it's a fucking fact. You will never have 100% of anything be on the same page, period, right? We all know that as human beings. Everyone's going to have a slightly different perspective, even if you agree on a major topic, right?
Sure. But is that a thing now where if a woman sees a man with a wedding ring that she now thinks that he's just cheating? Is that a thing?
Or
if he's fidgeting with it?
I will say yes for insecure women. Yes, for insecure women. And also, we expect, as human beings, we expect the same behavior from others that we have ourselves, right? And so these women that are projecting that are saying that they are side chick material. That's what I see.
I was going to say, or she wants married men, and so she got burned by, maybe she fell for somebody, a dude that she was, side chicking with, and now she's pissed, so she decides to make that video.
Yeah,
I need to go look at
that's very logical.
I'm going to look at the comments section of that video and see what, surely I hope she's getting roasted. If you're married and you don't wear it,
if you're married and you wear it, yeah. If you don't wear it, then you must not love her, or you're not, committed or whatever. And now all of a sudden, if we do wear a wedding ring, then we're, I think that, and I mean, I know it's a man's panel, and I'm not trying to play like this victim role, but Jesus Christ, can we do anything right? Is there anything?
Apparently
do
not.
I wear my fucking ring or do I not? Right. And I think that's part of. That's part of the problem.
First comment.
Society.
Is he cheating if he breathes outside of the house? Okay, so thankfully.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so thankfully the comments are not on her side. Okay, so that's good. That's at least a good sign. I don't know. I saw that and was like, what the fuck is going on here? Like we're blamed for everything. It seems, of course, I mean, I wouldn't say for bad reasons. I think there's probably a good reason.
And can I say, coming from a skilled trade, I'm an electrician. There are some jobs out here that, I'm not.
Thank you, Nikki.
They suggest that I don't wear any metal on my fingers as an electrician.
Cheater.
Now, there's some, yeah, you right?
So you say, sir. And, so you say.
Yeah. Fuck safety, right? You know what I mean? In some jobs, if your hand gets smashed and the ring pinches your finger and they have to cut it off, they have to cut your finger off to, you know what I mean? There are some careers, some jobs where you're not supposed, you shouldn't be wearing your ring. That's why they've come up with some of these silicone rings that, a few different options for us as men to be able to still wear and represent our relationship to everybody. I mean, you know, I mean, I got a woman, so I don't walk around looking for women. If they're trying to hit on me, then they're trying to do their thing. You know, it doesn't, I don't feed into it. I could be a nice guy to a woman that's trying to hit on me and not like have to jump in bed with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think it really boils down to the individual person, right? Whether you got a ring on or not, if you're with somebody, I mean, how dedicated, how, you know, honest to yourself and to your partner, you know what I mean? Like I said, whether you wear a ring or not, if you know you're with someone and you love them, then that's all you need, you know? So these women or these other men could try to do what they want, but it'd be your weakness.
I've never really experienced like women hitting on me. Of course, I've been with my wife since I was 17, but I've never really experienced that I've noticed, you know. But I guess people say it's a thing. I've heard that it's a thing. You're saying that you've experienced this also, and somebody else in the comments also said that when they, you know, had a girlfriend or whatever, that, you know, all of a sudden the women come out of the woodwork. Or maybe it's just that you notice it more and it was already happening. Do you think that's possible? Or like, I don't know. It seems kind of weird.
I would actually go back to my first statement. I think it's I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, anything else in life, man. If your life is going good, right? You know, you got a good job, you got a good car, a house, whether you got a significant other or not, you carry yourself in a different way, right? Now, there are assholes out there. There are assholes out there that are just an asshole, whether they got their shit together or not. But, like, I feel like, you know, that happiness, that contentment, right? That all shows, you know what I mean? And I do think that can be attractive, right?
Right. I mean, you may be right. That may be what it is. But, you know, what does that say about men's individuality? Like being without a woman, the fact that it makes us more confident, what have you, I don't know. It almost feels like in order to be our full selves, we need a partner. You know, generally,
well,
I'm not saying everybody, obviously.
I think that's why I, you know, brought up other things. If you've got a good job, if you've got the house that you wanted, or a new place, you know, or a new car, right? New truck, new tools, you know what I mean? Like when you get new clothes, new shoes, you know, that all builds your persona, if you will, you know what I mean? That builds you up, you know, you feel good, you got a new pair of shoes on, you got some good pants on, and you're just going out to get some dinner, but you just feel good, you know, you look good, you feel good, your life.
Are you saying without a woman, or
yes?
Oh,
either
so
or. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because like I've never felt the need to like go out all gussied up unless, you know, I'm going to a wedding or something.
Well, and not like that, but
maybe that's
like
why I haven't experienced it, because I'm, you know, fucking sweatpants and a fucking, you know, a hat, beard's all fucked up, you know, growing all kinds of weird ways. They're like, what the fuck is that? That's a homosexual.
Yeah,
I think isn't that what she said? A homosexual. I'm sorry, that unalived me.
That's great,
Nikki. That's fucking so hilarious. You're always your full self. We just bring out your potential. I mean, look, I've been with my wife longer than I've been without in my life. So, you know, I was only alive 17 years without my wife. I've been alive a lot longer with her. It's weird to think about,
right?
But, I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Well, and that'll change your experience level through life with that kind of stuff anyway. You know, a lot of people do get, you know, with their high school sweetheart or, you know, college sweetheart or what, you know what I mean? Somebody early, and you lock it down and you do your thing. And then these things, it may happen to you, Lib, and you just don't notice, dude. You know what I'm saying?
That's probably like, what it is. I mean, because I would be all over me. You know what I'm saying? I'd be all over this. Look at that guy.
I agree.
Yeah, give me some of that.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? So like, I think, But so I think a lot of things can push that uh, self pride. You know what I mean, or
Yeah, I mean,
whatever you want to call it.
I think that's a great point, but like, I wonder how common it is for like a single dude to put on what looks to be a wedding band. You know what I mean? I wonder if that's a like a attempt to pick up, chicks, what have you. That seems fucking weird to me.
Well,
I don't know. That's so weird.
dudes, they're dudes are rocking me, bro. You know that. None of that shit happens, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm sure it does. I
Like
just
there's some dudes
that's
that will do anything to try to.
if there's a guy out there doing this, please fucking stop. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. Anyway, you were breaking up there, hooligan. Are you back? I can't tell if you're still trying to talk or what. Yeah, you're not coming through. Let me get to
Right.
Telly. Let me get to Telly real quick. Telly, what's up?
Hi, how are you doing?
Oh, sorry, this is for men, but I guess
Oh my
since
God,
you're
I'm
here,
so sorry.
did you wanna say something?
Well, I guess I'm curious as to like what this prompt is about or what this space is about. I'm actually just curious.
Well, it's a safe space for men, and that's why it's men are allowed up. Nikki is a regular, so yeah, I let Nikki
Okay.
up earlier. But today we're talking about double standards. Although we can, talk about whatever as it relates to men. Usually, there's more men up here. So
Okay. I always consider myself a bit of a tomboy myself,
okay,
and I do think there is double standards.
I mean, I imagine there's double standards on both sides, but yeah,
Well, I think sometimes like in relationships, women can often point abuse towards men when it's not 100% valid.
there. Now say that again.
Well, I think sometimes in relationships, women will point abuse at their partner when it's not 100% valid, but they know they can get away with it.
I guess I'm not following. Like
They'll
they'll.
say they're being abused. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see. But
But if it was
they're
the opposite way, then it's like, oh, he's narcissistic and he's lying. But then, like, we always believe women.
right. Yeah, like that we were talking about a few weeks back, a guy that had they were in high school. He ended up going to prison for 6 years or something. And then I think he had finished his sentence. She had claimed that he had raped her. And then once he got out, she admitted to him and he had recorded it that she had lied about it. I don't even remember what she was mad about.
Well, I think that happens more times than not, in my opinion. And I also feel like there has to be accountability on the woman's end, where it's like, why do you keep finding yourself in these positions?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, but in order to keep this a space for
No
men,
worries.
I'm
You
gonna go
got
ahead and
it.
drop you down. I appreciate it, Telly.
I'll,
Thank
I'll
you.
go on my own. You don't have to drop me.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank
Bye.
you. Yeah, we'll see you. Yeah, it seems so weird. I hate doing that, but it is what it is. I wonder where Ben is. I'm glad that he came out of it the other side much better. That was good. Are you still there, hooligan?
Yeah, brother. I just got back to the house for signal.
Oh, nice.
Sorry.
Anyway, what were you trying to say? Because you were cutting up pretty bad.
Um, it was just basically the same thing. When you carry some pride and some happiness, and a good, it's attractive. You know what I mean? And so, uh, us as men, we need to be prepared for that. If we're walking around happy, it's going to be noticed, right? And um, the guys that are weak and give in to the cheating, that's really what gives us all a bad name. You know what I mean? The ones that can't handle the woman hitting on us, or the person hitting on us, and
Well, it's
knowing
so
that we got a woman.
flattering, because it's not common
Exactly.
for men to be,
No, exactly.
hit on or flirted with by women. It's not common at all,
Well,
really.
and you can still be a nice guy to somebody and turn things down. You know what I mean? You don't
Right.
just because something's thrown at you doesn't mean gotta take it. You know what I mean? So self
Yeah.
strength is
I will say I was propositioned twice that I remember. One was I was delivering pizza for Mazzio's, and of course I don't think it had anything to do with my relationship. I go to this hotel. It was a microtel, and I go there and deliver to one of the rooms. And then as soon as I get back, there's another order to the front desk, and so it was like a salad or something. So I deliver to the lady at the front desk. She was probably like, I don't know, in her 20s, early mid 20s. I think I was late 20s at the time. And she hands me her fucking room key. And I'm like, this is the beginning of so many movies that I've seen in my life. Like I immediately called, my wife, and because it was flattering, but I'm like, that was strange. That's never happened before. And then I had this other lady, same, I was delivering from Mazzio's. I show up to her house. It's massive house. I mean, this lady clearly has money, and she opens the door. She's like, "Oh, you're a hunky man." I mean, this lady was like, "I fucking me 6 ways to Sunday," and I felt fucking weird, man. Like I was uncomfortable. I thought I was gonna she was like 7 foot tall, like I'm just looking up at her like, just give me a tip, don't take mine. Like, Jesus. No, it was it was a little less flattering than the other lady, although what do you do?
Well, intimidation isn't always a turn on.
I was like, okay, if I hear chains rattling in the background, you can keep your tip. Just I'm gonna drop the pizza right here and I'm out. Right. She scared the shit out of me. She seemed very confident though. Hey, good morning, Bunny. Good to see you. Let's see. Nikki said statistically she was wrong about fake reports. It's not more often than not. That opens the door for victim blaming. Tish says, "Here's your pepperoni, and here's your pizza, and here's your pepperoni." Tish, that's such a man response. Anyway, support. What's up, man? Have you ever, had any of those situations? Or I don't know if you saw the video earlier, but what are your thoughts about?
No, I missed the video, but I've been listening for 5 minutes. I'm getting kind of a gist, and I've had a few experiences like that. One, I came out of a chiropractor office, and by the way, it cost me over $1 million going to this chiropractor. True story.
Oof.
There was a note on my windshield saying there was a concert up at the college. Would I like to go? And I went. We got married, had 5 kids. Easily $1 million over a lifetime. That's true story. And the other one. But it is flattering because guys usually don't get hit on. But that's happened very few times when I was younger. Now that I'm almost my next birthday, I'll be 81. I've been hit on twice in the last 6 months. Once was on a plane here recently, and the stewardess, I was flirting a little. The stewardess walks by and hands me her phone number and says, "Call her." That had never happened when I was in my 20s, 30s, or 40s. Now that I'm 80, I guess they feel safe. I can provide something like some security without, being a horn dog all the time. I don't know what the reason is, but that mindset definitely is different for when you're older. Okay, so yeah, it's happened a very few times, but it is flattering for a guy, I will say.
Yeah, very flattering for sure. Totally. Yeah, I wonder if it's because to the man that's married or has a significant other, they don't care, right? And so there's no, I'm not trying to, and so maybe the woman wants the thing that she can't have or believes she may not be able to have, almost like a competition type thing. I wonder if that plays into it, at all. And the guy's just like, well, I'm gonna, be flirty because, you know, I think men are just flirty with people, you know. And so then, you know, as Hooligan was pointing out, it just changes your whole demeanor. And
well, and you
Yeah,
know,
I think.
go ahead,
Yeah,
Sabar.
go ahead.
No, it's okay, buddy. Go
I was
ahead.
just going to say, I've only happened like 4 times, I think, in my whole life. Once when I was in my 20s and, you know, had a few little assets as far as looks, not money at that point. But I remember a woman coming to my place just saying she wanted to hook up, okay, but her husband was a cop. No way in the world I was going to get involved with a married woman, less a woman to a cop. That'd be
Right.
insane. So
That's just asking for trouble. I mean, we saw what they did to
I know.
Afro Man. They ain't fucking with no cops. I mean, when he talked about, you know, fucking that dude's wife, he ends up getting sued
Right,
over.
yeah.
That was crazy. But no, I
Can I
mean,
bring up an interesting thought? I mean, we're talking
Yeah.
about this lady that put up this video about guys in their rings, right? But I think when we flip the script a little bit, there's guys out there that or let me see, how do I say this? Women get hit on way more than men do.
Oh, sure.
I would
right?
imagine
ring,
so.
Ring or not, you know what I'm saying? And so I just find it interesting how, you know, it's kind of being flipped, like, oh well, you don't wear your ring. It's like, come on, dude, we know, you know. And that girl was cute, you know. If she had a wedding ring on, she's getting hit on all the time, you know what I mean? So I guess I don't feel. I guess I feel attacked kind of by that video. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you guys, like, hold up, dude. You know, you can't go anywhere without
Right.
some dude trying to hit on you, right? So if we're just talking about, you know, the opposite sex being attracted to somebody, like, it's definitely more. I would have to worry about my old lady more than she would have to worry about me. I think. You know what I'm saying? Right? In my eyes. I mean, may I be attractive? Sure. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm somewhat attractive, right? But I don't see that being an issue, right, for me. But you know, but if you sit us both out separately, I'd guarantee she gets hit on. You know, a woman gets hit on more and has to deal with more of that behavior, if you will, than say we do.
Yeah, I wonder, like, what today's statistics are in terms of who cheats more often. I mean, not that it really matters, I guess, but it's probably, you know, that gap is probably getting smaller because I imagine men,
Right.
you know, at some point cheated a lot more. I
As
imagine
far as
it's
between men and women,
right. And I, you know, it really doesn't matter, but something you said for some reason made me think of that, and like the double standard, since, you know, talking about double standards of if a man cheats, you know, it used to be, you know, you know, notch on the bedpost, whatever. If a woman cheated, you know, it was very frowned
You're a
upon.
slut. Right.
Right. And now though, if the woman cheats, I've noticed a trend where they'll be like, what did the man do wrong? Why did the man force her or push her into cheating? Have you guys seen
Right.
that? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
and I don't know when that kind of flip flop happened, but it's like if
Victim
a man,
blaming.
yeah, if the man cheats, he's a piece of shit. If the woman cheats, the man's a piece of shit.
right?
It's like if
Right.
you wear a wedding ring, you're a cheater. If you don't wear a wedding ring, you're a cheater. I don't know what's going
You
on.
remember a movie with Demi Moore? You remember this movie with Demi Moore and Michael Douglas? And she
Yes,
was his
The
boss. Okay.
Proposition.
I just think I've been on.
The
Yeah,
proposition
I've been
where
on
with
so
the $1
many
million
lives
or
lately
whatever.
that-
Yeah.
No. That one too. That was a Woody Harrelson. But this one was she was his boss, and he brought a suit against her for sexual harassment.
Yeah, that's.
I
like
think
a
I know
90s
what you're
movie.
talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I
Yeah.
thought
Yeah.
Woody Harrelson was the husband of the woman.
That was
in
Indecent
the
Proposal, the one with
Yeah.
Robert
Okay.
Redford.
Okay. That was what I was thinking. Great fucking movie. What's
Great
this
show.
one called? Let me look, because now I'm pretty sure I've seen it. Demi Moore, movie sued sexual harassment. Was it based on a real case?
It could have been, but it's with Michael Douglas and Demi Moore.
Disclosure. Okay.
Disclosure. There we go.
It was kind of hot. She was a terrible. She was a. That was an interesting movie.
And the guy was cheating on his wife, so he had to explain to his wife that he got a BJ from his boss, and so all that was.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this both now movies after the show, because.
Well, and thinking about that, dude, like it's totally different, like for the male to female version of that said movie, right? It would be rape and all this other shit if it was a male boss, but when you flip it to a female boss, it's not rape, it's just sexual harassment. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's not as I don't have the right word on the top of my head. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally get what you're talking about, and I'll tell you what's very surprising. When I see these teachers, these female teachers that are hooking up with their high school kids, and I'm thinking, my God, I wish I had that kind of luck when I was in high school. Most of these are good-looking women.
It is crazy because I often have the same thought, and then I'm like, check myself, like these are fucking kids, And of course, as a young boy, truly, right? As a young boy,
if they're 15, 16, 17, even for a boy, I think that's a notch in their belt, not some kind of trauma that they're going to carry for their whole life. I just can't imagine as a straight, healthy young man, and I mean 15, 16 years old, that's going to be trauma induced for your life. I think you'd be smiling every day for your life.
Depending on the kid.
Let me say from experience, it isn't as great as you think. Because I was
tell all, please.
14, maybe 13, and she was almost 30. And whenever she had us in like the room, and we'd sit there and watch TV and stuff, and it was awkward. She was like the neighbor of one of my friends, and then you guys want to, what I mean, like, and then we go over there and watch a show, but it always felt weird, right? And then she would try to like get us separated or whatever, and then eventually got to me. And so I remember at the time, it was like an oral thing. And I didn't know, like it felt really weird. Like I knew it was not like, what I mean?
Damn it, Lib.
I didn't know.
Lib, I'm sorry, man. We're sitting here making jokes, dog. I'm sorry, brother.
So the trauma that I have from that is nowhere near certainly that of a female face, because on one hand, my hormones are going nuts. Right. And so like, that part of me wants it. On the other hand, my mental state, I'm like, this is fucked up, And so when it happens, like, and then she, and I'm finished at this point, and she grabs my hand and like tries to put it down on her, and I literally took off running.
You didn't know what to do.
I had no idea. And so like, and it's weird because like if I don't know, but when I think about that, it does bother me to this day.
Well, that's
it bugs me. It doesn't,
and that's why
it doesn't like cause me to like shut down. I don't have the severe trauma that other people that I know, the opposite sex have had in that instance. But
wait, I have a serious question for you. Does it bother you because of what she did to you, or the fact that you didn't reciprocate and you could have?
No, because like it bothers me.
I'm teasing.
Yeah, it bothers me because I don't know, because it was just so weird. I didn't know what to do.
Right.
You know, it wasn't right.
I had a biological drive to do that thing, but I didn't want to If that makes
Yeah,
any
you
sense.
knew it wasn't right. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna
But I'm
apologize,
like,
man. Like we're kind of cracking jokes and shit, but that fucking shit is real, and that can't be laughed at, and that can't be overlooked because that is trauma. And that's
Do
major
you know,
fucking
Terrence?
trauma, dude. Hold on a second, bro. You know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
major
Yes.
fucking trauma. And I think that's part God damn, dude, like I might tear up, dog. That's fucked up. Um you like that kind of shit is overlooked. And I think that just and it's not just that. You know what I
and
mean? There's something as serious as that.
I've never told that story to anybody but my wife, for the record. It
Well,
just,
Well, thanks for sharing.
that was strong of you, bro. That was strong of you. For
well,
sharing,
it was
bro.
appropriate because, we look at it from like, if I was maybe if I was 16, it might have been different. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. It was appropriate because we can, from an outsider's perspective, look at it and have that thought. But having experienced that myself, it's not so rosy. It's not as like, I don't know.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's not as, I don't know. It's not as good as one might think. And that was my first
Did you ever
experience.
see the movie Crash? Remember the movie Crash?
Yes, where they had like multiple parts going on. Yeah.
There's an actor in there, Terrence Howard. Do you know the actor?
Yes, yeah, Terrence Howard. That guy's a character. Very smart. Very smart guy.
Now he put out a video here just in the last few weeks, and he talks about how he had more sex at age at 4. I'm not making this up. At age 4 than he ever did as an adult by the hands of 7-year-old girls. He just thought that was totally normal. And the biological responses there as a 4-year-old, he didn't know what the hell he was doing, but he just thought that was normal. Like, hey, let's go play a game of Monopoly or play catch or whatever. You should pull up that video and look at it. But I couldn't believe it at age 4. Unbelievable.
That's crazy. I actually had a girl, and this memory is very. It's just a memory I have. I'm pretty sure I was less than 10. And this neighbor girl, she was probably about my age. I remember us getting into a doghouse and her grabbing and touching and stuff. So, but that God, I never even think about that really. But it's so weird though that happens, and boys do it to girls too. I'm sure. Of course, at that age,
Yes.
At that age, what a weird concept because if it's somebody your age or around your age, what do you do? You know what I mean? Like, is it still traumatic? Even, because I remember being in the doghouse, like, what the fuck are you doing? What is this? And the only thing I've been able to surmise over the years is that somebody did that to her or had her do those things to somebody else.
Good point.
And
good point.
That sucks, but I had fucking no idea. I mean, at that time, this
By the way, the laws in most communities are very protective as long as you're close to the same age. And if you're lovers, let's say when you're, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, the Romeo and Juliet laws. And so a young man will not get in trouble providing the girl's roughly the same age. But if there's a difference, if it's a 19-year-old kid with a 12-year-old girl, man, that's prison. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's totally different.
Yeah.
So age has everything to do with it.
Well, and they've started cracking down on that as far as these teachers. You know what I mean? But it's definitely not really looked at the same. On average, the teenage boys are definitely full of. The hormones are kicking, right? You know what I mean? Testosterone. Right. You've got a lot of stuff flowing. I remember that. I was actually super active at a young age, and
we're wearing sweatpants at the time when you're 13 to 14, 15 years old. Not a good idea, and nothing you can do about it either.
I was living in Washington State when you had that teacher. I'm trying to remember her name with the young island boy. Okay, and they actually had a kid together. got married. She went to prison, I think, for 5 years. And then when she got out, they lived together again and had more kids. Do you remember that story?
Vaguely.
What was it again? I'm sorry.
She was a teacher in Washington State, and she was married, had 3 or 4 kids at home, and good looking. And she hooks up with this kid in her class who was an 8th grader or whatever. She gets pregnant, okay? She gets fired, all right, goes to prison. And then once she's out of prison, they get back together and live together for years. 60 Minutes did a story about 20 years after the fact. And he was like, no big deal. They finally broke up, but I think they got married, had more kids, or at least another kid on their own for years. And the age difference was monumental, all right? But again, she ended up going to prison for that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it
Laterno,
reminds me of.
Laterno, that was her name, I think.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, didn't they end up? Because I remember something where the person got unalived.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Materno is what made me think of that. But it reminds me of Macron, the French prime minister,
right.
whatever. Him and his wife,
with supposedly his father or some ridiculous thing. I mean, it does look like a guy, but I just that just doesn't make any sense.
Well, that
and what 20
Candace
years difference?
Owens, yeah, but she right. and him started dating when he was a student. Underage.
Right.
And they're still together, but it is weird because, like, I saw that video of her like smacking him in the face. Did you guys see that?
Yes.
So
on the plane.
Yes, and I wonder if in those situations where the female's preying on a young man, if there's some, ongoing trauma there that causes him to, like, Stockholm syndrome or something.
Right. Well, look at King Charles with Camilla. I don't know what the age difference is, but she's older. And look, he throws Lady Di under the bus to hook up with her. I mean, boy, talk about, you wouldn't be able to sell that script to any Hollywood producer because they say it's too outlandish, and yet it happened in real life, and they're still together.
Yeah, that is crazy. Now, I see Steph Rooney's comment. She says, so it's the victim's fault that things happen to her because of what she's wearing?
I was trying to take care of that, Liv. Sorry.
Well, who said anything remotely close to that? I didn't hear anything like that.
We didn't talk about it.
No, I think she jumped in late and was just trying to catch up.
I see. Yeah, I don't remember anybody saying anything like that.
I saw it. It came out of nowhere, so I tried to jump on that, brother.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, either way, I just didn't understand what she was talking about.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Oh, thank you for the basketball.
Hey, host, it's interesting that you have a men-only side here. When I think of the ultimate of this, I think of the Boy Scouts, where the Girl Scouts have morphed into the Boy Scouts because they don't want to sit around. The girls don't want to sit around, and bake and, cook and do other things. They want to go out and canoe and, paraglide, and river raft and do these adventurous things, which they still can do as Girl Scouts. I just don't understand why they have to, piggyback on the Boy Scouts at that age. I just find that sad. I really do. They can have all the adventure they want. Just do it. Just do it with the girls.
So the Girl Scouts, I've done both. I mean, I haven't personally, but my children, I have a boy and a girl. And the Girl Scouts do not have the same experience at all as the Boy Scouts.
But that's my point. They can. All they have to do is say, we're going to do this. What's stopping them from doing that? Nothing.
I mean, I guess technically
it's just the troop
themselves, leaders. The troop leaders, yes.
Yeah. They do whatever the troop leaders set up. I mean, like, my daughter was in Girl Scouts, and my son didn't want to go to Boy Scouts, so we didn't do that. But when she did, I mean, there was a bunch of crafty stuff, but my daughter was into it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think it would depend on that, like I said, the troop leader and your group, not all them girls want to go camping.
No, that's true.
Some little girls are good with making necklaces and
That's right. There should be
stuff like
choices.
that. And that's not being, like.
Well, and it was interesting because whenever my daughter, because once a year she would go to get patches or whatever, and they would go to a campsite, but it was a lodge, and
Right.
they everything was really, I mean, just scheduled and very organized. Whereas the Boy Scouts, you would go out and you'd camp in a tent, you know what I mean, cook over a campfire. We got a polar bear patch at one point where you had to go camping when it was below freezing, and none of that. I don't know that they have patches for things like that in the Girl Scouts, and they should have. Like,
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it should be very similar to Boy Scouts, in my opinion, because I think a lot of that was, was geared towards the 50s type female, where cooking and sewing,
Right.
which are useful things, but Boy Scouts also do those too. So it's, I don't know. I'm okay with them like merging personally, because those are skills that both men and women should have. And maybe even take some of the patches that existed in Girl Scouts that didn't exist in Boy Scouts and merge those also, if you're going to do it. Just, sewing and shit, because that's something that, why would you not want to learn how to do that? I wish I knew how to sew.
But as a young man, I remember being involved with Rotary, and Rotary was just for men. And they had Sarepta women, and these are professional people in the area that they live in. So these are shakers and doers. Not that I was one of them, but I'm just saying that was, segregated by sex also. So this isn't something that's some kind of bizarre thing. This happened until the 1980s, maybe the 1990s. They started, integrating them. So you have women involved in these social clubs now, where you did not before.
Well, I mean, should we merge them? I mean, is there really a need to separate them?
No, I don't know about merge, but doing the same activities, you know what I mean? To give
or at least offering them to the right.
Yeah. To tie ropes, rope tying or fire starting or, stuff like that. I totally think. And you know what? My daughter only did it for like a year. So maybe when they get older, maybe the Girl Scouts do that. I'm not super familiar, but I mean, we've talked about it on this live, in this specific one, that all stems from the old separation of men and women, right? Men do this, women do that, right? That's, and they have their roles, and we're just starting to break out of all that, right? We're just starting to get out to where, girls are playing football, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh my God.
we're trying to get, I don't know, me being a father of boys and girls, you know what I mean? I can see how some want to reach over and do things that the boys do and some don't. You know what I mean? My oldest daughter was definitely more like tomboyish, right? Rode a skateboard and hung out at the skate park and, whatever. And my younger daughter, she likes to sew and to draw and to, you know what I mean? So, opening it up, I think, is the idea, is the answer. Make sure everybody can have the opportunity to do whatever they want.
But here's the thing: there should be a choice. I don't think women or girls have a right to force themselves into men-dominated clubs or organizations, saying no, this must be open to us. There should be a choice. If they want to join, let them join. If it's just a male group and they want to have that exclusivity, they should have that right also. You can't force yourself in.
I see what you're saying.
Anyways, that's my take on that.
Yeah, I mean, offering a choice, but then when you get into like teenage years is when it's, you know what I mean? Because then you got a bunch of boys and girls running around in tents, and there's only, you know what I mean? There's only so many adults that are going to be around. So, they're going to find a way anyway.
For that.
Totally.
So, I wonder what the merit badge would say.
The teen pregnancy patch.
We're gonna have a
Right,
first base.
exactly.
We're gonna have a first base patch.
The first base. That's fucked up, y'all. Okay. I'm sorry. That is funny, but it's fucked up at the same time.
It is. It is.
But no, I see what you're saying. Because some girls are going to want to do that, and some girls are going to want to do the other stuff and be, kind of girly or whatever. Now I don't know what the merging looks like. I don't, you know what I mean? Is it like fully integrated where it's just boys and girls running around? I don't know. Have they done it that way?
I think keeping a separation to a point is key. I mean, like, girls will need their little Girl Scouts, right? Boys, I think they do better when they're with their own, like, the focus. You know what I'm saying? The distraction is not as much, right? So, I mean, I think keeping them separate, but allowing them to do
the same shit.
Yeah, the same shit.
Yes.
Right? If they want to go camping, find out how many of the Girl Scouts want to go camping. Find a couple. But I tell you what, dude, my ex was the troop leader, one of the troop leaders, and she's a glamper. She's not a camper.
That's what my daughter's what my daughter's troop would do. Glamping.
Right. So now look at a Boy Scout group. Look at those leaders. The shit you're talking about, one of us.
Right.
Fucking A, let's go camping.
Right.
Let's go rafting.
It's 20 degrees outside. Let's get the tent and let's go camping. Bro. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so, that goes back to, like, saying, speaking about, like, the troop leader, right? But I do think that they need to be given the same opportunity, and like you said, support. I think it's a little different. Like, I wasn't saying letting the girls into the boys club type of shit. Like, I'm totally staying away from all that, like, mentality. I'm just thinking of, like, more like equality, bro. If my daughter wants to play football, she should be able to play football. The problem is there's not a football team for girls. Like, pads, helmets, hit them up, do it right. Right. They might, like, some place have those powder puff or whatever clubs, right? But otherwise they can have flag football. Well, what if my daughter wants to
full contact, right?
Fucking A, brother.
Right.
Like, there's not an option. So as much as, like I said, I'm trying to stay away from the whole, like, because that leads into other things like the women and men's sports, Reddit, whatever, right? Different topic. We need, as a society, we need to give more opportunity to that shit, right? I don't, like.
Yeah, now there are women that now play on football teams. They're, generally though they're like kickers and stuff. I think there are female linemen on some teams. I mean, because the roles that you would be able to fit where it's not dangerous. Like,
well, but But do we not worry about our sons then? You know what I mean? So,
well, we should, but
we don't care.
You're talking, a 280-pound fucking 6'2" guy, right. Rolling up against, it's, you know what I mean? It's less dangerous for most men than it is for most women. If that makes any sense. Now there are women that can play those roles, obviously, but it's very niche. It's not going to be. Every woman's not going to be like rolling up as a fucking tackle. You know what I mean? Right. In high school, varsity football, like
fucking fullbacks. Right.
Exactly. Right.
I am blown away by the talent and the ferocity of these young girls that are 6, 7, 8, 9 years old that are out there wrestling and doing arm bars and, chokeholds and unbelievable the strength, the agility, and the ability that they have compared to the guys. And my son was in Taekwondo at age 8, and this girl beat him. He did not like that. And let me tell you, that affected his whole life. He went on to do some UFC fighting because it bothered him so much that it motivated him. So that was a good thing. The best thing in the world that he was beat by that girl in that tournament.
Yeah, I gotta say, the women fights, some of them are the most brutal fucking action-packed UFC fights you'll ever fucking see. Lady coming out looking like a leper, just getting the shit whooped out of her. I remember I watched this live. It was in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was a live fight. It wasn't UFC, but one of those like lower ranked fights. Anyway, I see the look on this lady's face, and I yell, "She's scared, get her." I mean, this woman, I guess she heard me because I'm loud as fuck, and she just starts whooping the fuck out of this woman who ends up tapped her out, and I was just like, I did that. I was like, fuck your coach. I got you. No, I mean, it was a great fight too. And, you know, I've been surprised by how good a lot of those female fights are. They're vicious, brutal.
Well, and we just got to give them their platform. I think is more what it is, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I'm down with equality, you know, equal rights, all that fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm down. We just got to give them a platform. You know what I mean? We got to give them a space to do it. Like the karate, the martial arts is really big on a mixed. Like, they don't always care if it's boy and girl. You know what the sex is. You know, what's your skill level, right? You know what I mean? So I've noticed it there. You know, there's some sports that, you know, but I think, you know, to open this shit up. Dude.
Yeah, because in that case, it's less about brute force and about strategy and inertia. Using one's inertia against them, like in judo, for example. I mean, you can take down a large person with some of those.
Grapples.
Right. Anyway, we got a new person in. Tish, what's up, man? Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, how you doing, liberal?
Doing fine. What's your take on the conversation?
I just wanted to get in on the sports part of it. First of all, a couple of things. I'm a girl dad, and both of my daughters play sports. They're 18 and 20, and I have worked in sports media my entire career. So a lot of that time was spent covering women's sports, and I will tell you that in the last 10 to 15 years, the skill level in women's sport has gone up exponentially. You know, remember the men had an 80-year head start.
That's right.
So, and I think that speaks to the popularity of women's sports right now, because it's good to watch. They're competitive, they're skilled. It's really good to watch. Where for a few years it was pretty painful.
Hey, Misty.
And I'm all for it. And the thing is, my one daughter has played 3 sports. She's very competitive. I wouldn't want any of her on the soccer field. And at the same time, she's also very girly. So 2 things can be true at once, because a lot of times we generalize and we think that women that play sports have short hair and wear comfortable shoes. But but now we're seeing more and more that there are girls that play sports and are very competitive and very good at it and very serious about it. But at the same time, they've made the decision to be a girl too when they're not on the field. And if they make the decision to go another direction, I'm fine with that too. But I love the way that women's sports is evolving in a way that, and also the way that women that play those sports are also secure in who they are. And that's all I really wanted to say.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And you're right, because they haven't had the platforms for as long.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Title IX was instituted in 1974.
Right, way back.
Well, and then, but men have been playing basketball since 1900, and the women didn't have those opportunities. So I think that over 50 years, we've seen that evolution, and it's something very positive for women. I'm thrilled with the way that it's turned out.
Well, I think it stems from people like us. I mean, girl dads, right? That will help push that agenda, right? We need to get them out there, and they need to know that they're on an equal, equally supported. You know what I mean? And I found that, for both of my daughters, no matter what they do, right? It's not just your sons to push to go, play sports or whatever. We gotta, lift them up too, and I think we come a long way, like you said.
And we know they're competitive because apparently if you wear a wedding ring, all the women are going to be like, I'm going to compete with that married woman. I'm just kidding. That's a bad joke. Tish, did you see the video that kind of sparked the show?
Yeah, I came in right at that.
Is that fucking like what is that?
Yeah, I didn't. You know what? To me, it's about you're not. If you wear a wedding ring and you're cheating, and the other person that you're cheating with knows, I mean, that's between you. My issue is that you're cheating on somebody,
right?
And if they aren't exhibiting the same, but and every situation is different, but for whatever reason, I think we forget that sometimes. And you're cheating, and if you're a father, you're cheating on your kids. So, in my opinion, but anyway,
yeah, that's true.
That's true. Yep, very true. But if you wear it, you're a cheater. If you don't wear it, you're a cheater. I don't even know. You just got to stay home, guys. Okay. That's the lesson to be learned here. You just,
back to the garage.
Fix the garbage disposal and take out the trash. All right.
Yeah.
Unless there's a woman walking down the street, then you can't. You have to wait until she's gone. Then you take out the trash. That's. I don't know. It's weird watching this like transition period, which to me is a good thing. It's going to happen. I don't want to see the pendulum go too far one way. So you gotta kind of rein it in at some point.
Well, can I play devil's advocate?
Sure.
Or be like a bad guy for a second. Like I think that off of that video, some women are taking this equality and power to their head, right? You know what I mean? Like,
you got this, man.
It's almost it's almost like you want to hold us down. You've been, and I say this in a general, like you've been fighting for your equal rights for so long, and now that you're getting them, now you're taking advantage of it. Now you just want to fucking shame us and put us down. Wear your ring, don't wear your fucking ring. What the fuck do you want me to do? That's like what I said initially. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do, dude? Like, come on. If I don't wear my fucking ring out there, you're going to be pissed off thinking I'm trying to cheat. All right. But now if I wear my ring, and I do understand that this is not all women, dude. I actually think that that's probably a rare thought from that video. Personally, I don't think a lot of women.
It was an inside thought that she decided to tell the world is what probably happened there.
Right.
She was probably like we surmised earlier. She was probably the side chick and got burned or something.
And that, and now she's got a platform and she can say that and get a whole bunch of women hyped up, you know what I mean? Like, and get a following from it, that clickbait or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah. No, I've been seeing, a trend of like a lot of like can do no right situations for men. And I don't know, it's just weird to me. And, maybe we can push back against it. Like we're expected to call a man out when he does something shitty around us, right? Which, I'm fine with. But the same is true for women too. It should happen on that side as well. Like when you're gloating about men self-deleting. I don't know.
Right.
Seems like something you might want to call out.
Yeah, equal rights is a two-way street.
That's for sure.
The good and the bad, and the people that scream for it need to understand that sometimes, and there are times I think they don't.
Like the draft.
Right.
That's a big one. I remember when that really first started taking hold of a conversation, females being drafted. Who was it that first threatened that? Was it Clinton? I remember a president in my lifetime like talking openly about that. Like,
I thought we worried about it after 9/11. Didn't we worry about it? But
may have been under Bush. I don't know, because it was often like a talking point to throw back at quote unquote feminists. Like, well, if you really want equality.
So when Iran blows up in our face, we'll be able to draft both men and women.
That's right. I mean, that's that's the takeaway. But obviously, I don't want that.
I don't want it either.
I don't think they make women fill out those. What is it? The social, the service card.
Oh, the registration.
Selective
Yeah,
service.
self-service or
Selective service.
selective
Yeah,
service.
I mean, that was just a
Self-service.
man only.
Now
That was a
that's what
man only thing,
we've
right?
been doing that for a long time, guys, haven't we? Sorry, go ahead.
But we all had to do that at 18. You know, you fill out for that selective service card, right?
Right.
Women. Is there any women in? I mean, like, does anybody know if? I don't think they've ever had to fill out a selective service card.
No,
right?
they don't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So would a draft? I don't know if a draft would even affect them. Would it?
No. Well, it could if they call it in. Look at Israel. They draft both. There are other countries that draft.
Yeah, women are not required.
We just have a system of how we pull the draft. You get a number, and then they call your number. You know, they lotto the numbers or numbers. You know, whatever letter A through E or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They would have to have some kind of system set in place, I think, to draft women.
And y'all saw the Army raised its enlistment age to 42.
Damn.
Yeah, and they reduced like the requirements for MJ users. So you know, if you're a burnout that's 42, go sign up. If you support the war, fucking sign up.
Yeah.
Maybe that should be the question, because you know we're going to transition into politics in about 30 minutes. But when somebody comes up supporting that should, how old are you? Well, then sign the fuck up, right?
Right.
You're 40. Oh, good for you. And they take people with bone spurs now.
Well, and I think that selective service. I mean, it's interesting about how there's no government children or no politicians' children enlisted.
Yeah, you know?
That might be old news. There might be a couple that have now. You know, it's been a little bit since I've looked into that, but you know, like they're not really, you know, fond of helping that situation out.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Now, Tish, did you have anything to offer before I get to Wheeljack?
No, I'm good to go.
All right, Wheeljack, what's up? What say you?
Oh, not much. I heard you guys talking about, Hool mentioned the 9/11 thing, and they were talking about the draft. I do actually remember that. I was working at Raytheon Aircraft. I was 19 at the time. And that is when, something like possessed us all to go gung ho. All us young folks, we were all like gung ho. Like it was a time in America. Toby Keith got up there and sang his song, and you know we all got behind it, and everybody was talking about how bad the U.S. was and what we were going to do, and it was awful. And this time around, it's not that way anymore because we realized the trap. And just like with Vietnam, and you know, the first time we ever had the draft, that's what they're planning on having to do this time. The only difference is we as parents, we say, no, you're not taking our children to war, not for oil, and especially not to slow someone down who's just selling oil cheaper and causing the prices to stay down.
So how do you stop that?
Every one of us does not allow our children to be taken. There's only so many of them, and there's a lot of us. And there's a lot of veterans who don't agree, and I'm one of them, who don't agree with the draft.
Yeah, I wonder if there's strategy in, you know, you got to add women to that too, to the draft. Because, like, it's equality, right?
Right.
Like somebody said in the comments, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And that by itself would probably get people to look at this shit differently if they were starting to draft your fucking women and your girls
to go fight in these fat fucking rich men's wars. That might change shit.
Yeah, definitely. But honestly, instead of doing that, before that happens, we just need to say, no, drafting people is wrong.
I mean, that's for sure.
Especially when our president of the United States avoided the draft. How can you, as a draft dodger, want something as a draft if that is not the hypocriticalest stuff I've ever heard in my life?
No,
I know that's
politics,
right.
Dude. You know, that's typical politics. We've been doing that for a long time.
Yeah, they never fucking send their kids, these bastards. They're like, you got to go to trade school. Stop going to university. How many of their kids go to trade school?
I ain't no senator's son.
Ain't right. And
Right.
That's another thing. We need our musicians to fucking wake up and start producing music to the level that they did in the 60s.
Jesse Wells, brother. Jesse Wells.
Jesse Wells?
Jesse Wells.
All right, let me look him up.
I think Primus's new album is super political.
Yeah, we the fact that they played Green Day at the Super Bowl was fucking phenomenal. Don't want to be an American idiot.
Yeah,
but they didn't play the last chorus.
Like, they didn't think... Oh, Jesus,
I was like, oh,
that.
shit. Trump's going to love this one.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. Now, MBW, I see your request. For right now, for the next 22 minutes, it'll just be men up here. But if you hang around, we're going to transition at 11 o'clock Central into, political panel. Right now, it's supposed to be about men, but I mean, it's kind of sounds like
is that really the right word? Are there better words to use than transition? 20 minutes.
Whoa, keep your mind open, brother. We're gonna migrate. You'll be okay, dude.
But MAGA
migrate.
But MAGA told you that it happens only when you go to public schools. You didn't know that, so since we're not in school, it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? We're safe. That's crazy.
Okay.
Anyway, get outside. What's up, man?
What's going on?
Not much.
If they're going to start, in my opinion, everybody who wants to be a politician, everybody who wants to be the president of the United States, one of the requirements, and this is somewhere that I found that our forefathers kind of failed, is you should have to serve in the military in some way, shape, or form. Point blank period. And I guess when they made their requirements, they never thought that we would be to the point where we just have people who are professional politicians. You know, all of those guys had some kind of, or most of them had some kind of military experience, would have served their country. I mean, if you're willing to send people to war, then you should know what's expected.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, so I understand what you're saying, but what about those that can't, for legitimate reason, serve?
You know, there's no perfect world. But if you're going to sit here and bitch about, well, this person was never in the military or this person was never in the military, then, you know, why
do you remember Jimmy Stewart? It's a Wonderful Life. He did a lot of war movies. Do you know who the actor is?
Yeah, I know who Jimmy Stewart is.
Okay, you know, he was 137 pounds at 6'2". He went to sign up for, the Army or the Air Force or whatever it was. Back, this is during WW2. They wouldn't take him. He was too light. So he went out and he purposely put on like 15 pounds so he could join. It's a different mindset this day and age. It's not a badge of honor anymore to be in the military, and I find that sad. I really do.
Well, WW2 was a different time, though, too. That's a totally different situation. People were willing to fight for our country because our country got attacked. There was a world. I mean, the situation was different. We weren't fighting over some petty oil and somebody's ego. You know what I mean? And partnership.
And there was an objective, a goal.
Right. Vietnam changed the game.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, because the wars of choice are, in my opinion, they used, basically the children of poor families mostly as mercenaries for some rich dude or business, or you know what I mean? Like, for example, securing oil in an area, sending in our troops, making some other reason as to why you're doing it, even though we know why you're doing it.
Remember, Muhammad Ali had the heavyweight title of the world, and he gave it up. They took it away from him because he wouldn't go in. He got drafted, and he says, "No, I'm not going." He said, "The yellow men over there never did anything wrong to me." And
that's right.
I'm not saying that as a pejorative term. So he gave up his title.
Yep. Yeah. It's so like I understand what you're saying. Get outside. I don't know that we should have that, but it is weird, or at least shitty, that the people that continue to send us and our children into war are people that don't even know what it's like. So, I mean, I take your point,
I mean, and you even just go to the places that still have royals. Those royals have to serve in the military. That is
royals?
part of the deal. Absolutely. Like let's take England, which is probably the biggest royal family that we equate with around here. They all have to be in the military. They have to do their duty. You go to Switzerland, who's a neutral country, everybody there serves in the military.
Are you sure? I don't think England has mandatory service. Do they?
And no, England on the whole don't have mandatory. But all of the royals
princes
do serve in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean like just the royal family or whatever?
Yes, all of the royals do serve in the military, or at least all the royal men serve in the military.
Interesting. Let me look this up. I've never heard that before, but I bet you they aren't on the front lines. You know what I mean?
Harry won.
Prince Harry went to Afghanistan.
And William was a helicopter pilot that did rescue.
And didn't Charles go to Argentina when that happened?
Yes. Matter of fact, they were begging Harry to get out of there, and he's like, "No."
I think he did.
My guys are going. I'm going.
He stayed in for 10 years.
Yeah, I think he did 2 tours in Afghanistan.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I have a lot of respect for a guy like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
and William stayed in quite a while too.
So it appears that
helicopter
it's. I looked it up. It says it's not mandatory, but more tradition, and not all of them do.
Right.
Is serving is honorable or whatever, but the majority of them do not actually go and see combat. Some of them do, obviously, but either way, I don't know if that's going to stop them or what. They'll also could even use that as an argument that they should go because I've served before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, again, there are places that's a requirement once you turn 18. That's like I said, Switzerland, the neutral country of the world. You have to spend 2 years.
That's right. Great law.
I wonder how many, what percentage of countries in the world require mandatory service? Because I know the I country does. I think South Korea does.
Yeah, they do.
Do you know of any other country? Switzerland does?
Switzerland does. I'm not sure if the Netherlands does or not.
Well, I wonder if that, because those aren't really like, they're not empires, right? And so the likelihood of you actually being called out to go and be unalived is a lot lower in those countries. But in the United States, it's the likelihood of you being called to go and unalive for somebody is high. We're always in war somewhere, killing somebody. I don't know. But that begs the question, do we also, if we made it mandatory, would women have to be mandatorily drafted?
Absolutely. I do. Absolutely. And here's my thing. I know you all were talking about women earlier, and I'm going to play devil's advocate and say that most modern feminists, they don't want equal rights. They want special rights.
Yeah,
And because they
because
want
the original feminists were about equality. I mean, that's
we're about
literally what they
equality,
right.
but not now, because now they want to pick and choose what they want those rights to be. You either want equal rights, like now my wife is a traditional wife, so she takes care of the house. She does, she don't expect me to cook, do laundry, or anything like that, and that's fine. But what she does expect, if she's out and she has a flat tire and she calls and says, "Hey, I got a flat tire. Can you come and change my tire?" Well, yes, I'm going to show up and change your tire. She expects that her car is not out of gas because I'll take her car and make sure it's full. Those are things she expects because those are more traditional man roads. Grass is cut. She don't have to cut the grass, take the garbage out, all of that, right? But like, I wouldn't be opposed to marrying a feminist woman, but if you're going to expect me to do laundry and cook and do what are traditional women roles, don't call me at 3 o'clock in the morning when you got a flat tire. Just get out of your car and change your flat tire.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little confused because
I can see that point. I can see that point. I mean, if you go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say I was looking up the percentages of countries that have mandatory service, 25 to 35%, and of them 90% are men only. So that's kind of crazy.
Right. I didn't know it was that high.
Yeah.
25 to 30%? Wow.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Anyway, so I missed some of what you had said. I caught the ass end of it where you were talking about traditional roles. Are you saying that you don't like the quote, traditional roles? Is that what you were saying?
No, I'm fine. No, I'm fine with the traditional role. But here's the thing. So, and this is in my view because I've known a lot of modern feminist women, and they want the man to cook, they want the man to clean, they want the man the child rear, they want the okay, and that's fine if that's what you want. But keep in mind, if somebody breaks in our house at 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm tired and asleep and you hear it, well, don't wake me up. Go take care of the problem. We're not in a traditional. We're not in a traditional marriage. You want me to take on what are considered more, female roles through history. Well, then that's fine. Then you can take on some male roles too. If you don't have gas in your car,
what you're saying.
Don't bitch at me. Go put gas in your car. That's not my problem. That's your problem. If you got a flat tire, don't expect me to change it.
It kind of goes into the double standard, right?
Yeah.
It's like there are roles for me and not roles for you. And I think I understand the point you're making, though. I guess you could say, thankfully, there are women that prefer that, what you would consider a traditional role. There's,
right.
I imagine plenty of women that are out there. I remember my sister-in-law had a fucking, I'm surprised there wasn't a guy with one tooth and a banjo playing in the fucking background during this wedding. Because literally this preacher was like, he starts listing off during the vows of my sister-in-law, doing the dishes, doing the laundry, cleaning the house, taking care of the kids. Starts listening as my wife and I look at each other like, what the fuck is this? So weird. So that shit still exists to this day. But I take your point that, if that's what you want, then Yeah, of course. I honestly don't see a lot of women on the side of the road anymore that, you know what I mean? Like looking as if they're damsels. I've seen plenty of women out there changing a damn tire. I mean, they're more than capable of doing it, you know, or, you know, guarding themselves at 3 o'clock in the morning. That said, I think as men, maybe y'all will agree with me. I don't know. As men, we probably feel like it's our role to be a meat shield for the wife and children. Do we feel that way, despite, you know, the equality?
Well, I think I was gonna say, but to get out is that I can understand the equality that he speaks of, right? If you know if they want all this equality, well then be able to handle your own shit, right? And so that can be, you know, understood. But then I was gonna say almost exactly what you did. That some of us are kind of born with that man nature to where it's, you know, maybe you do know how to change a tire. And if I can't get to you, man, get it started, but I'm coming. You know what I mean? We still, you know, like you said, at late at night. No, you know, don't be out by yourself late at night. You know, I'd rather be there to try to help protect you. I walk on the street side of the sidewalk. You know, those are just kind of, you know, and me and my lady are equals. You know what I mean? But I still.
You still have that. It feels innate, doesn't it? Like,
yeah. But I think
you're born with. That's something you're taught.
Well, absolutely, absolutely.
As a child, right? That's what you're taught. That's what I was taught. And I'm not saying I don't help my wife at home. If I'm not at work, I usually do most of the cooking because she hates to cook and I like to cook. But it's not, you have to go cook me a meal or you have to do this or you have to do that.
So you don't think that, like, just biologically speaking, we are just kind of ingrained with some sense of a need to protect? You don't think that we have that?
No, I mean, but see, then that goes against modern feminism because I would say all women are born ingrained to be a mother and to be maternal, but they're not.
No,
Especially not now, not this day.
Right.
You're
And
taught.
and it goes the same opposite. Not all men are born to fix cars and
that's true.
You know,
I've got $300 that can prove that that's true. Well, actually, somebody else has the $300.
Somebody, yeah.
Somebody else has got the $300. Yeah. Fuck me. Over a fucking $2 part. Were you here when I told that story, Hooligan?
Yeah, no.
I'll do it myself.
No.
It's like the fucking thermostat housing, like that little diaphragm thing that like sits on top.
Yeah.
And I'm, you know, it's a fucking, I don't know, it's like $1.86 or something, this little aluminum piece. And I'm fucking screwing that bitch back in, feeling all excited. Broke the bolt off in the thing, cracked the housing. So I had to get someone to drill the fucking thing out of it. And then I had to replace the entire housing because I, you know, oops. And so now I just, you know, here's my $300. So not all of us are built for that. But I don't know. I just I feel like there's a, and it may not be like a drive to protect women and children in particular, but, you know, our hormones are geared towards taking risk, being aggressive. When you get an adrenaline dump, you know, pumping in you, you don't think, you react. And I think that lends itself to being the first one to get up there and put himself in the way. Unless you're a fat cop in that one state, and then you stand outside the window while kids are being unalived and you do nothing. There are those men too.
Right.
Oh, Vivaldi?
No, well, that too, but they're you don't the what they call that guy, the fat cop or
I remember that. Yeah, but Vivaldi, the same thing.
Right. And there were many men. Of course, they were like, "Oh, I'm waiting for somebody to tell me what to do." Like, what the hell kind of protein shake you been drinking, bro? Get off that shit.
The right one. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, and I think it is human nature. you know what I mean, like a natural instinct, not like human nature, sorry,
Right.
but like that natural, over thousands of years, right? I mean, this isn't just from a couple months ago,
Right. This
right? This
isn't
is something
something
that's been
brand new. Right.
inbred, and then and up to yeah, well, the 50s, right? So what is it? I was going to say 50 years ago, but 70 years ago, right? I mean, things were, we've advanced since then. You know what I mean? So I think some things we're going to. Somebody said something about special treatment, not equal treatment. Well, I can kind of agree, but I think that's given the situation, right? You know what I mean? Like, we couldn't expect them to necessarily carry the 3 arms of groceries that I carry in. You know what I mean? But they could still do the taxes like I can or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Well,
Bad example, but you know what I'm saying? Like, there's certain things that are just like, and like you said, that protective gene, if you will, that some of us have.
meat
Walking on that
shields.
out, street. Yeah, the meat shield, exactly.
And
Some of
and
us are.
this may blow you away. I don't know if you know it or not, but more men are born than women. It's 51 to 52% roughly in every country in the world. It is just the natural way that boys are more likely to be birthed than girls. And that is to replace that which is lost, right? So on like evolutionary standard, we've been unaliving in order to like replace the men that are lost to war or whatever. More boys are born than girls to make up that difference.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
And it's across the board in every country. It's a human thing. Yeah.
Yeah, there must be. It's got to be.
There's a reason for it, to replace us.
Right.
So there is, and of course it's not as necessary anymore. Well, until now, with the war coming out, but this would have been more needed with like small bands. It's not so much now, and maybe that plays a part into the reason why we self-delete more often. 80% of self-deletions being men, because that role that we felt we had or whatever, that thing that gave us any kind of value whatsoever, which was sacrificing, is not necessary or valuable anymore. You know what I mean? And that kind of puts us in a weird spot. And I know, ladies, not all of us are like that. I get it. But it's, it's built in, I think, to some of us. Now, it is 2 minutes till 11. So I've got 2 women who've had their request in for a while. Let me go ahead and bring them in. We'll go ahead and transition. Let me change this background here.
Hey, host, thanks for having me up. I've got to sign off, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks, support. I appreciate you being up. Yeah, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you. I'll be back.
All right. Take it easy. All right, ladies. Dina, you were the first one to request up. So what's up?
What's up? I think that women should be drafted. I think if you're qualified for the job, you should do the job, period. I think most women don't want a daddy. They want a partner, all right? That's what a relationship is, a partnership. If one likes to do something and the other doesn't, then you compromise. I mean, all this other BS that I was listening to earlier. Listen, and yes, I was primarily raised by my dad. But I'll tell you something, I'm very independent, and there is no way in hell that I would ever put myself in the position to where I was just depending on a man for support. Okay, and there are a lot of women out there just like me. So as far as feminism goes, if you think a feminist is someone who wants to live by double standards, oh no. I, for one, and I will speak for myself, and I know many others like me, we believe in meritocracy. If you're qualified to do the job, I don't care what it is, whether it's to fire a weapon, whether it's to go to war, whether it's whatever it is, then you should have the opportunity to do it and not have bias placed on you because of your gender. End of story.
Fair points all, I think, Dina.
Agreed.
And welcome aboard. Now, let me get to what's for dinner. What's up? What say you? You are muted. What's for dinner?
I'm sorry. I had to yell at a man really quick. Anyway,
fucking men. What's
Good
wrong with
morning.
them? I see you have a wedding ring. You fucking cheater. Go ahead.
Yeah. Where's your wedding ring at?
Hey, excuse me. If I didn't have the information, then I wasn't the cheater on their significant other. That's how that works.
Anyway, what's up?
Earlier you were talking about protest music.
Yes.
I've actually written some really badass stuff.
Nice.
Say that again?
I've actually written and gotten produced some really badass stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I grew up in well, my parents grew up in the 60s and stuff, and my dad was a Vietnam vet. But we're seeing trash come out of the arts right now when this is changing our world.
That's true. And we have a lot of trash. That's for sure. Now, you should send some of that to me, and maybe we can figure something out getting it out there for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, totally.
Well, with that MBW, I know you'd been trying to get up for a while. What's up?
It's okay. It was my fault. I didn't read the thing other way. But, yeah, I mean, if we're going to draft, we're going to draft, and women should be drafted if you're qualified. I think them doing anything that they can to bring in people like, 42, and now these issues aren't an issue, and things like that, they know it's never going to work. They know nobody wants to get drafted. So it's a shit show. I hope it doesn't come to that, but, he's playing his little war games. So we don't know. But, I mean, if women can qualify and women can do the job, absolutely they should be drafted.
Unfortunately, the current administration doesn't believe that women can do the job.
Right. But, I mean, the topic was, should, women be included? Absolutely. Will it happen? Probably not, because they're misogynistic. Not the administration is not anybody on the panel. And I think that if politicians have kids, they should not be immune to going to serve. Beau Biden didn't. Beau Biden was in war. He went to Iraq. And Biden was a senator at the time. And vice president.
Hunter served as well until he was...
Yeah.
Hunter served in the Navy.
So there shouldn't be a special little check your box if your dad's a politician.
Well, I mean, do you think if there was a push to draft women, that would make it less likely that they'd try to send us to war?
Nope, because the push is just going to be a push to get women to get pregnant, young women pregnant, because that would be their out of being drafted.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
Can I say something real quick?
Well, sure, Dina.
Liberal. Thanks. Listen, guys, I served over 20 years in the Air Force in a very male-dominated career field. All right. Now, if you're qualified, I don't care. It doesn't even have to be in combat, but there are so many roles that women can participate in. And I want to tell you a story. It happened during the first Gulf War. All right. Women weren't supposed to be in combat areas, that sort of thing. There was a KC-135 pilot that was flying over Iraq at the time, and they were literally pew-pewed out, trying to be TikTok friendly, which is very difficult. And her whole crew was really, really pissed. You know why? Because a fellow KC-135 was flying in the same area, and that entire crew was just decorated with medals because they were in a combat zone. Her crew wasn't even recognized because she was a woman and she was flying the plane. All right. So it's disgusting. All right. There are so many roles that women can perform. All right. You may not be qualified for combat. You may not have the physical characteristics. But if you have the brain, guess what? There's a whole lot of technology out there that you can participate in. There is no excuse. Absolutely. Women should be drafted. End of story.
Now, do you think they should bring the draft back?
No, I don't. Okay. And I don't because this is a war of choice. This is an illegal action. Okay. And no American should be forced to participate in this illegal action. And by the way, it's not going to be over in a matter of weeks. It's going to be much longer than that. This has become regional.
Well, right? It's a world war at this point.
It basically is. Yeah, and by the way, Liberal, I just want to, real quick, I don't know if you've heard it or not, but Bibi himself said, it doesn't matter what the U.S. says. This war isn't over until the IDF says it's over. So, yeah, Trump has really done it this time. He's really done it. And we're literally witnessing history. We're witnessing the downfall of the United States, and that is no hyperbole. So, I don't know. Yeah,
well, that was probably his goal from day one, was to destroy the United States.
He buddies up to Putin. He buddies up to Belarus. He buddies up to Viktor Orban. All of the autocrats. He's completely alienated us from our NATO countries. And the dumbass doesn't realize, excuse my language, that our greatest strength is with our alliances. Our alliances are turning their back. And the American people, thanks to Trump, you think the tariffs were bad? Just wait a couple of months. Because it's not just a Strait of Hormuz. It's a Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, which is by the Suez Canal that basically empties into the Red Sea. This is a world economic disaster. So, anyway.
Actually, people need to stop saying that he's dumb. This is exactly what you would do to destroy the United States.
No, he's not dumb. He's being manipulated into doing this. Okay,
I don't think he's even being manipulated.
Trump is dumb. Bibi has been beating his chest for 40 years. There is a reason prior presidents didn't attack Iran. All right, for this very reason. He is easily manipulated because he does not have the common sense, or
because prior presidents didn't want to destroy the United States.
Trump did, right? Yeah, I don't think Trump is dumb either. I think it's underestimating your opponent when you think the guy is. I mean, how do you fail up? This man has done that multiple times. That's not
if you
luck,
look at what exactly could happen, what exactly would happen, which would destroy America in a single day, would be that Israel goes in and boom booms the Al-Fahim Mosque, the Rock of the Dome, the Dome of the Rock, and blame it on the United States, because if that happens, then you have all of Europe, all of Asia turning their backs on us unilaterally, and then you have all the Islamic world against the United States in revenge. That one singular action. And then they get the bonus of being able to build the third temple.
I mean, that's, it's sure we can go with that.
Well, basically, that was a precursor. That was a precursor to the USS Cole being fired upon way back in 2000. I mean, Ariel Sharon walked up to the dome while there was a major Muslim holiday going on and showed such disrespect. I mean, that was a precursor to the attack on the USS Cole, which, by the way, is in Yemen, the Houthis. This is a very asymmetrical war, and if you think it's going to stay in the Middle East, you're not paying attention. Okay?
Yeah.
So...
Because Trump is the Messiah. Trump is literally the Messiah. if you look at prophecy, you have to look at the fact that the
Lady,
entire
can I say something? Can I say something? I'm an atheist. When people start spouting religion to me, I get very upset.
it's not
And there's
religion. It's not
thank
religion.
God, there are more of me than there are of you. So
should he be
Okay,
martyred?
ma'am. Good God.
So should he be
First and
martyred
foremost,
now?
for the love of God, may I speak? Okay, first and foremost, something can be prophecy without it being from a religious aspect as for our spirituality. I can set up tomorrow for something to happen and it seem as though it was from God, but in reality it was man. Okay? Just because someone can cite something and say that this is going according to this plan, it's a fucking plan. So the
well, it's
reality is
you're
that they have
basically making the statement that it's because it's religious, okay, then it has more credence than
no,
what
that's
most
not the
secular
argument
people
I'm
think.
making. I'm saying that these people are making these things happen.
They're fulfilling a prophecy. And the plan is the prophecy itself, I think, is your point. What's for dinner? Is that right?
Exactly. Thank
Right.
you. Because
So when
they
you
always wanted
understand the
control.
prophecy and what was written, you'll understand the plan and what they're trying to do. I mean, like with the
All
red
you have to
heifer and
do is
all,
look at the
all
greater
this
Israel.
weird shit.
All you
It's
have
weird.
to do is look at the greater Israel project. That does not include Iran whatsoever. But you know what's really coincidental is the fact that it went from Israelite to Hebrew to JW. Who named them JEW? Who did they recognize several centuries ago as being their Messiah? King Cyrus. What country was King Cyrus from? Persia. What is that country called today? Fucking Iran. They gave them the name J. They have historical ties. The United States gets eliminated, quote unquote, the empire gets eliminated from that region. They will reconcile. Because the only thing that has been causing beef for the last 100 years is the United States' control of the region. So they remove us as the regional power, then they have control of the entire Levant, and then Iran has control of the entire um, Strait of Hormuz, and both of them get to have fun, get to be on top, and destroy this country unilaterally.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get around the room here. Who would like to jump in before I get to the two new panelists? If somebody wanted to say something, then they hadn't had it.
I'll just say that we could end the world war tomorrow if Iran just agrees to give Trump family $10 billion a year.
If Iran wants to give them $10 billion a year, is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, Trump can be bought.
Oh, I don't know. This may run a little deeper than that. There's some weird shit going on in the background. Like Kushner, for example. That was no accident. This guy who used to sleep on the fucking Netanyahu's couch happens to marry into the family of the guy who's fucking bought by the Russians, who then makes it into the fucking presidency. I don't know. There's like a lot of weird moving parts here.
Oh no, I agree.
Maybe he could be bought. I don't think so, because his ability to control and manipulate and dominate other people, I think, is more appealing to him than any dollar figure.
I don't know about that. The man loves to put his name on shit. He wants to go down in history. He knows that we will take his name off of every building, every park, every road when he's gone, but we can't take his name off of war. That's in the books.
Or his signature off the money. Did you guys see that shit?
Oh my God.
It's narcissism at its finest.
I mean, this is like, it's dictator level shit. That's what dictators do. Like, they put their shit everywhere. It's fucking psychopathic shit. It's crazy.
And we talked about this the other day, liberal. Trump is such a say things nice to me kind of guy, and I'll give you what you want. Like his ego is his worst enemy.
Right. Well, he is good at what he does. Example, look at Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg used to call any black artist, he called them jigaboos.
fuck Snoop Dogg.
And
just out there real quick.
Yeah, right. He called them jigaboos. This was during his first presidency, I'm pretty sure, and like would shit on him. Even called him Uncle Tom. Snoop Dogg did, and now the motherfucker is playing at his stuff, and he ain't never done anything bad to me. Blah blah. Donald Trump was able to effectuate that, probably with a lot of the shit that he's been doing in the music industry and with pardons and shit. Because if you notice all those pardons of those rappers, probably half you ain't never even heard of. Yeah, I mean, so he has some leverage over some of these people, and he uses it to his advantage. He may be like stupid in a book sense, but the guy's got he knows what people want or need, and he's
those pardons carry a lot of weight for the very rich.
Yep. Especially if you have Mossad in your back pocket, being able to get that kind of intel.
And didn't he have like a criminal as his like pardon czar? A lady that was arrested. It was literally a criminal, like a felon.
Yeah, I heard that.
Who was Trump's pardon czar? Are you talking about in the first term or today?
No, last year.
Let's see. A former federal prisoner who served over 20 years of a life sentence for drug trafficking before being pardoned by Donald Trump was appointed as Trump's pardon czar. Alice Marie Johnson.
Rug trafficking. Went on to pardon a bunch of other rug traffickers and, kitty, all that.
Like trapped in a broken system. Oh yeah, they just all happen to be very wealthy people that he's pardoning. But it's all about fixing the broken system. This what a fucking joke this is. Anyway, Sparky, did you have another thing you wanted to add and then before I get to Beto? Sparky the Juice. All right, Beto, go ahead. What's up?
Few seconds, my friends. Few seconds, I will be with you.
All right, well, Carson, take it away. And then that'll be
too much noise right now. I will be with you. Just 1 second.
Yeah. Carson, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not sure. Sorry.
Did you not mean to come up?
No, I did. Oh, okay. I just was saying that about I just joined, but yeah, I mean, it's disgusting, the war. And now hasn't Russia joined the war? Like other countries are joining in. It's just, I mean, it's disgusting.
It's a world war at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. And Trump, I think he's scrambling because he knows that they underestimated Iran's capabilities, and that's why he's on TV saying, the war's over, when it's obviously not over. I don't believe that he's even negotiated with them like he says he has. I mean, gas is terrible right now. I just think this is going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse. And Iran has made it clear that they've just gotten started.
Right. And like I seen him the other day in a clip, this fucking idiot. He was talking about, he acknowledges it's a war, but he's like, but, because I think he said legal purposes or whatever. We call it a conflict. We have to call it a conflict. Like this guy, like I saw that. It's ridiculous. This man is fucking, it's absurd. And he's walking us right into the flames of hell. There's like, we've been attacking Iran's universities. Did you guys see? I just did a video this morning about it. Iran has said that now American universities are currently military targets because they've been targeting Iran's universities. This is not.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's not good. It's not good. I mean,
this is going to escalate, and it's going to come to our shores.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. And hell, in Oklahoma, just the other day, it was almost $5 a gallon to fill up the vehicle. Almost $5 in Oklahoma, which is insane. Never seen that.
It's amazing about that. I think it was the president of some oil conglomerate was saying that because America is pumping so much oil, we won't be feeling the loss, but yet we'll still let OPEC set the price of the gas, you know?
Yeah. Well, if you can control Iran's part of, I guess their part in OPEC isn't as much, as it was when they founded it. But if you can control that, you have serious leverage to be the one to determine the price. And so there's a, strategic argument to make that if you control Iran's oil, you'll have some leverage over Saudi Arabia. You may not have to kiss the ring as much. The problem is that you're not going to take Iran's oil. It's not going to happen. It's just like there's nothing like, what are you going to do? Just put in every military member into Iran and stay
That's
there?
88 million people.
Right. In a country that's like twice the size of Iraq and Afghanistan combined.
They're going to end up flooding the EU with more refugees. It's not going to lower the price of our oil.
Yeah,
like I said before, the only way out of this is that they agree to pay the Trump family billions of dollars over the next 20 years because he can be bought. I mean, I don't know how much Putin paid for him, but he must have paid a pretty penny.
Well, I mean, he bailed him out several times, overpaid for properties and stuff, got him a woman. I'm pretty sure it was Russia that brought us Melania.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. Her father was a card-carrying communist.
Yeah, it's also weird. I don't know, it's like a fucking bad movie, that we're all living and watching unfold in front of our eyes.
Well, and Americans, we're so hoity-toity, rah, rah, rah. The only thing saving us is we have two oceans and two good neighbors.
Right. We got the 51st state above us.
Yeah. And the 52nd one right off their coast.
But how long is that going to last?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never in my life thought that I would ever be like, we deserved it, but we deserve what we're about to get, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to agree with you. I mean, MAGA, we tried to warn MAGA what he was going to do, and MAGA's all for it. So, we have to suffer right alongside them.
Speaking of.
Well, thing is everything going on today is what we voted for. So,
oh, Lord, popcorn. I just want to say
what we voted for.
You voted for war and high gas prices.
I voted for a peace in the Middle East. That's what I voted for.
Except we don't have that. Cool.
Well, for that, Trump did not run on that.
Sometimes it takes WAR to create peace. I think we all know
That's
that.
the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Oh, we got us a brainwashed one.
Yeah, that's
I'm brainwashed, but smarter than you. So what does that make you?
Now, I heard a female voice. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say to Sparky, I don't believe that he can be bought by Iran because he's already been bought by Israel. And it's not just the money. He's heavily compromised.
Oh, I thought he was bought by Putin.
So either way, if he wanted to or not, he wouldn't be able to be repurchased.
So is Trump Iran's or Israel's bitch, or is he Russia's bitch? Which bitch is he?
I think it could be both.
He's a bitch of both of them, bud.
Oh, really? How does that work? Because I mean, that's
are you that simple-minded?
Ask double agents, man. Ask double agents.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a good one, though.
You didn't read the new American security policy, did you?
I mean, think about it this way, Popcorn. Let's imagine, they've got something on the dude. I still think the P-tape is real, but, whatever. I don't think it would be that. Even if, you know what I mean? I don't think even MAGA would give a shit if he was getting a golden shower. I really don't think they'd care. But imagine they've got video of this dude graping kids or something on an island or in the brownstone, right? Imagine they have that. And Russia had it first, right? And then Israel gets a hold of it. So now Trump is stuck between, a rock and a hard place. What do you do? How do you thread that needle?
Well, one, I would need evidence that any of that is even remotely close to being true.
Well, I'm saying it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical to point out to you how does that work.
I don't deal in hypotheticals. I deal in facts.
I'm giving you.
Okay, Popcorn. Here's a fact.
Hold on.
Trump is burying
hold
the
on,
evidence.
Sparky. Hold on, Sparky. I'm just giving you a way that you can imagine how two different countries could have something on the president. That was.
And again, I would need evidence of that.
Yeah, but go ahead, Sparky. That was all I was trying to say.
So you feel he should be investigating himself? Popcorn?
If you're talking about the e-files, no. The president does not do any kind of investigative duties on people or himself or anybody. That's what the DOJ is for. That's what these three-letter agencies are for.
So the president should not be able to tell the DOJ to not release files? And Pam Bondi is doing this all of her own accord?
So you're saying that Trump shouldn't have the power to order the release of the e-files. Is that your claim?
No, my claim is you said that Trump does not have that power. And I said, so Pam Bondi is doing this of her own accord?
Well, no, I said that the president, not just Trump, but any president does not do the investigative research.
Of course the president doesn't do the investigation himself. He's too busy playing golf.
Right. I mean, you got to relax sometime.
Well, so you believe that Pam Bondi, by breaking the law on Trump's word, is at fault and not Trump?
Pam Bondi is at fault for breaking the law. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's what you said.
Okay. I would say that Pam Bondi, if you ask me, really doesn't have the power. I think that the unelected officials within these three-letter agencies are calling the shots. I don't think Trump has any power when it comes to actually releasing these documents. He has no power at all. He's not calling the shots, neither is Pam Bondi. So they can sign off and say, hey, let's release these, but let's all be real, they're not going to release them.
Pam Bondi,
even if Trump wanted to release them, they still wouldn't release them.
Because what I think the three-letter agencies fired everyone that was involved in these investigations. They fired everybody who would release this information.
Are you talking about the three-letter agencies did?
Absolutely. They fired all the people, all the department heads that could release this. So, again, do you think Pam Bondi is withholding the files on Trump's word, or is she breaking the law on her own accord?
I don't think she has any say on those files. The actual bad stuff in the files, I don't think they have access to it. That's Pam Bondi or Trump. I don't think that they have the power.
So you're using the same deep state
who
argument.
Who has the power? Popcorn.
The people behind the scenes that are unelected officials, obviously.
I see.
Yeah,
so
I mean, shadow state.
Like when Netanyahu came out and said Epstein is not one of ours. What do you think he meant by
I'd like to see the evidence of that, Popcorn.
Well, where Netanyahu said that Epstein is not one of ours. Is that
you
what you're
believed
saying?
him?
Well, except it's proven that he was.
Oh, so you're saying that Epstein was a part of Mossad?
Absolutely.
Okay, there you go. Bam. Well,
it's a fact.
So
that answers your question right there.
You're saying that it's Mossad, a Mossad operation over Trump.
Well, according to Netanyahu, it's not Mossad. It's either the CIA or the FBI. It's one of those.
But who do you believe?
Popcorn? Let me ask you a quick question.
Who do you believe it is, Popcorn?
Do you remember when Netanyahu told us about the WMDs in Iraq? You remember that? He went on the floor of Congress and said that. Do you believe anything that guy said?
Can you guys hear me?
But I do believe.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I
do believe Colin Powell went to the
questions,
United Nation and made that claim based on shitty intelligence in Iraq.
Another rule should be up there. Don't ignore the host.
Yeah, which clearly. So who do you think is responsible for all of this popcorn?
I think there's a force or an entity or a group of people behind the scenes that, when it comes to smaller stuff like the percentage of healthcare and like SNAP benefits and all that stuff, I think the people that pull the big strings allow people like Trump or Obama to go in and enforce their policy. But when it comes to big stuff like WAR with Iran, I think they're calling the shots. I think CK was unalived by not by Tyler Robinson, but by someone else. And I think the feds are covering it up. I think Kash Patel is covering it up. I think there's a lot of stuff we don't know. Well, I know there's a lot of stuff we don't know. But to blame Trump is ridiculous. I don't think Trump has the power that everybody thinks he has. And I think Trump is in fear. I think Trump is in fear for his family.
Did you feel the same way about Joe?
I don't think, no, not so much for Joe, because Joe didn't make these big decisions, but I think that he didn't have the power like we thought he would have.
So you acknowledge that you may have been railing against Joe for maybe no reason.
Oh, what did I rail against Joe for?
Well, I just assumed that you had. That's my assumption.
Okay. Again, don't assume. Let's stick to facts.
Fair. Did you?
No, not too much, actually. I don't think Joe Biden did a whole hell of a lot. I think he, in his decision to pull out of Afghan the way he did, was wrong.
He didn't do that.
It was actually Trump's plan that he executed.
Right. Yeah. Right. And as in the military, every plan, you could toss it out the window, because as soon as the event or the mission starts taking place, you have to adapt. So, like, plan to change, if that makes sense.
Were
so,
you
like,
in
you
the
can have a
military?
plan to go in and
Popcorn,
do something.
do you know,
but
Popcorn,
things
do you know
change.
what happened with the pullout in Afghanistan? How that came about? The genesis of it? Okay, let me explain something to you. You do realize the Taliban met with Trump and Pompeo at Camp David, and Pompeo literally gave them a surrender agreement that they would reduce their forces down to 2,500 men. That Biden did slow it down. It was supposed to be in February. He waited till May. I agree. The whole thing was bad. But at the same time, what kind of transition did we have between presidents? Did our capital not get attacked by this goon who said that was trying to overturn a free and fair election? And you have no problem with that? So I really have to question your critical thinking skills. If you're keeping up on the news and you know this information, then you should not be saying what you are saying. This is all part of Project 2025. Okay. And by the way, Trump's family is making money hand over fist. Oh, you laugh? Have you read Project 2025? Do you know that over 60% of it has been implemented? So Trump is being run by these goons. This is the person you voted for. His family is making money hand over fist. So whoever said that Trump can be bought with $10 billion a year, no, because since he's been in office, he's already made over $4 billion, and that's in the first year.
That's
okay. I would say 90%
So, in all fairness, all presidential families make money.
Not like this. Not like
No, now you got numbers. Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Oh, emoluments. So you have no problem with Trump making money every way he can by being bought off, by giving out pardons to people who have no reason to be pardoned. Let's talk about Maduro. This is all about the war on schmugs. Why did he pardon Hernandez that was basically importing over 350 tons of no sugar into the United States? He pardoned him. It's not about schmugs. It's about him enriching
I'm
himself.
not sure what this has to do with.
I know. I'm just giving that as an example.
Well, here's an example for pardons. Well, how come Biden pardoned everybody but everybody that went after Trump?
Because Trump had literally stated that he was going to go after them.
No, I'm saying, so my point is, why didn't he pardon anybody? He didn't pardon anybody that went after Trump. He pardoned everybody else that.
Why did Dr. Fauci get pardoned?
No. The people that he pardoned, they either had gone after or Trump said that he would go after, including Fauci.
That's right.
Why did Eric Schiff get pardoned?
He did.
Or Dr. Fauci. Why did Dr. Fauci get a pardon?
What did Dr. Fauci do? Dr. Fauci gave us scientific evidence that you numbskulls refuse to believe. Do you know what an mRNA vaccine is?
Okay,
do you even know what an mRNA vaccine is?
Look,
we're going to lie to the American people.
We're going into the
advisor.
We're going into the
lied
weeds.
to Donald Trump.
Yeah, and it's people like you who don't lie so many millions of American people.
Dina, hold on, guys. Hold on.
I don't care about your opinion. I care about facts.
I care about facts. I care about science.
Well, you don't have the facts.
Let me.
Yes,
That's the difference. I got the facts and you don't.
Okay. I'm just gonna.
Got a garage full of Invermectin. He's got everything he needs.
I'm muting people. Okay, Joey. If you want to offer a statement, you're the newest panel member. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been listening. I mean, I don't want to say it's all conspiracy theories. I mean, a lot of it is. It's like. I'll first point out, I don't like war, but I will say this: since I've been, and I was thinking about this the other day. Since I think I was 11, I think 1977, I've been hearing about Iran. So this goes through multiple administrations. It's like the never-ending story of Iran. Now, it seems like, okay, I know you're not going to like the wordage I use. I'm probably going to get attacked on the wordage, but it's like the bully on the block. And then finally someone steps up to the bully on the block and everybody has a problem with the bully. It's like, or not the bully, but the person that stepped in for the bully on the block. So again, and this is no exaggeration, I've been hearing since I was a kid about Iran and their chants, death to America and this, that, and all these conspiracy theories. I think is just a simple thing like the Bloods hate the Crips and I hate this person because they're in my neighborhood. And I just think it's very simple. They don't like us, and kind of we don't like them.
Well, okay, let me ask you.
And I would like to see through that and coexist with everybody.
Me too. But let's look at it this way: if somebody doesn't like another person to the point of chanting "unalive" to them, does it not make you ask why they are chanting that?
Yeah, what it does, and religious beliefs have a lot to do with that.
Okay, so you think it's just like a religious thing that
I'm absolutely
like for what reason? Like what religious?
Well, that's been going on for 6,000 years. I mean, certain religions don't like other religions. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, okay, so they can exist though with Christians anywhere else.
Who?
Muslims.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Where's this at? Where's this?
Bro, they
took over Iran. Iran used to be Persians.
Okay,
Iran used to be Persians, right or wrong?
Yes, it is the same.
Okay, what happened?
It's the same.
What happened?
It's the same religion, generally speaking.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Same stories.
No, okay.
Same characters. Yes, Jesus is a character in the Quran. You do know this, yes? And in fact, he's revered higher than Muhammad. You understand that?
True, but
yes,
that's not true. Okay.
In the Quran, yes.
He's considered their Messiah.
That's right. Yeah, they're like Muslims and Christians are not so different. In fact, Judaism is far different from either Christianity or Muslim than they are alike. So what in their religion, in your estimation, causes them to pick out one nation when
it's not just one nation. That's just a narrative that's pushed.
So they say
they hate Britain. They hate Britain. They hate anybody that does not believe in their ideology, religion.
Okay, so
I'm glad it's not just America.
I'm glad you brought up Britain and the United States. These two countries, did you know, sent in intelligence operations in 1953 and overthrew their leader? Did you know that?
On who, Iran?
Yep.
No, I probably know a lot of stuff in history I don't know. Damn. Not like
it. It's
learning
true.
every day.
So in 1953, you just Google Project Ajax. That was the U.S.'s version. The MI6 had their version. I don't remember what the name of it was, but you'll when you look up Project Ajax, you'll find the other one, and it was about oil. The Iranians wanted to nationalize the oil. Their leader wanted to nationalize for themselves because at the time it was BP before it was BP. It was like Anglo something oil company, which is now BP. They were sucking the oil out of Iran, right? And it was basically helping Britain. And so when the leader of Iran said, no, we're going to make sure that oil goes to us, and wanted to audit it because they were stealing from them, they sent in these intelligence operatives to go in and overthrow the government and installed the Shah, Pahlavi. And so for, I don't know, the next 20 years, basically, our dictator, for lack of a better term, ran their country. And so eventually they overthrew the guy that was friendly to us, right? Who gave us terms or whatever.
So Russia's dictator.
Huh?
So Russia's dictator removed our dictator. Got it.
I don't know what that means.
You're not following Papa.
It means Russia or the Ayatollah. It means a radical Islamist put in a dictator in replacement, as you say, of our dictator, because you said it was our dictator that was in office. Russia
was friendly to us.
Their dictator. Okay.
Yeah, the person that was Shah Pahlavi, Reza Shah Pahlavi, I believe is his full name.
Yeah, cool.
Was a dictator, and he was friendly to the United States up to a point. He was useful for them. In the 70s, though, they revolted and they removed that person, right? And so there's a history, Joey, that goes back. And since because I'm sure you've heard of the hostages in 1979. Remember the hostages?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like since I've been a kid, since I can remember, and that's about when I was a kid.
Do you know why they took hostages?
Yeah, they were protesting against us. They didn't like the. I don't remember exactly why.
I'll
refresh my memory.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. So
I'm not being sarcastic either. I'm just
no. Yeah, I appreciate it. So whenever they overthrew their government, our embassy was still active, and we still had diplomats over there in our embassy.
That I remember. Yeah.
The Shah took off, and I think he had cancer or something, right? And I think he went to France. And then he was allowed into the United States. The United States took him in and treated him. I think it was for cancer. And when the Iranians learned of this, they thought that the United States was going to, yet again, install this dictator back into power. And so they seized the embassy, took the hostages from the embassy, and wanted us to extradite the Shah to Iran to face trial. They wanted him to go to jail. They were going to try him in their court.
Right now, it's all coming back to me. Why this potentially happened? Right,
and of course, we never did. And then Reagan came in, worked out a deal during his presidential campaign, worked out a deal for the hostages. Yeah. Right. So now we're kind of.
You were as young as me. You were younger. So
yeah. So
this is just something you refreshed on.
There's context here. Somebody doesn't just say unalive to
right,
this country
and that's what I'm saying.
Reason.
And it's been going on, back and forth, even if it ain't us, with other countries and other, for, I want to say thousands of years. It's like.
Well, this is U.S.
already. This is Christ's sake.
I'm with you. But here is the United States believing, it's going to do what it feels is in its best interest, and unfortunately, they keep meddling in other countries where they shouldn't be. Right? Iranians oil. That's Iranians oil. That's their leader. Let their leader stay. That's how I view it. Live and let live. But we didn't do that. Right. And because we didn't do that, now we're in a situation where The United States claims that they're the bully, because I noticed that you had like basically characterized them as a bully, and they are far from it.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. So, like, you're going to sit here and tell me that everything you've been hearing on the news since I was a kid about this is all just a false narrative against them?
That
so
is,
it's not like
it's our narrative.
Correct. It is propaganda.
So through all these administrations and through all these medias since then, but now it's all Trump's fault and Trump did it all.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
we've been messing with them.
Through...
Joey, you said you've been hearing about this your whole life, right? Because we've been messing with them this entire time. You're not even aware about us kidnapping their president. And we've done this all across the world. As soon as they want to nationalize their resources, we go in, we kidnap their president, we install a puppet dictator, and we decimate the country. And then we turn around and say, look at these shithole countries.
That's right.
We did it to Venezuela, we did it to Libya, we did it to
many administrations.
Congo.
It sounds like the CIA.
Okay, well, so let me respond to that comment you made that we're blaming Trump. We're not blaming Trump for the propaganda that's been going on against Iran for so long, because we've been fucking with Iran. Even past presidents have fucked with Iran.
But I know it's not just.
But the one
not propaganda, it's facts.
Right, but the one thing that no other president wanted to do, because they knew what the result would be, was to directly attack them and claim that we're going to go and take their oil. That was Trump. And Netanyahu has been trying to get us to do it for at least 40 years, my entire life. Literally, he's been trying to go to the United States. He does. And he's really been pushing it. And now you're hearing that J.D. Vance had come out, and J.D. Vance was like, Netanyahu painted this out like it was going to be done in a week. You know, that's what the reporting is saying. I don't know how true that is, but that's what reports are coming out saying, that J.D. Vance is like, fuck Netanyahu. But again, that one is Trump. Trump made the decision to go ahead, and despite all of the consequences that were going to come from it, because of those consequences, other presidents weren't willing to do it.
Again, at the end of the day,
Trump
I don't think he was a deciding factor in us getting involved.
Who?
That's my
Netanyahu?
No. I think he's talking about Trump. I mean,
so would you? All right. So taking Trump out of the equation just for half a second. So this would eventually come to a head of some sort, right? I don't think it just will disarray into the thin air, no matter what administration in the future. If they didn't do anything.
Could I have 30 seconds, please?
Just so fuck it in 100 years, you're not alive to deal with it, so fuck it. Pass it on to your fucking next generation.
Sure, yeah. Dina wants 30 seconds. Sure, you can go ahead, Dina.
Yeah, that's all I need. Number one, we did have an agreement. We had a solution to this in 2015. It was called the JCPOA. Okay? Trump, during his first term, took us out of the JCPOA. I just want to say that I've read all angles of this, not just American news, but foreign news as well. And the one thing that everyone agrees with, especially from an IAEA inspector, is we are not going to rid the threat of nuclear weaponry with war. If anything, we will promote it, because there is enough, the animus that was there is going to be exacerbated by our actions. The only way we can resolve this, the nuclear problem, is through diplomacy. But unfortunately, Donnie Diaper took us out of that agreement in 2018. We need inspectors on the ground. We need to form greater alliances to help us negotiate with Iran. That's the only way this is going to be resolved. But unfortunately, we don't have the brain power that's steering this regime right now. This is all Trump. This is all Netanyahu, and don't believe anything else. Thank you.
Not the CIA at all.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Sure, Popcorn.
Yeah, I would love to respond to that real quick.
And then I see Dagos Dem. Popcorn, go ahead and then Dag.
Yeah. So one, the IAEA doesn't advise don't go to WAR with Iran or it'll make it worse. The IAEA doesn't even make those kind of assessments, right? Number two, excuse me, I'll let you talk. Number two, yes, the JCPOA started in 2015 and was ripped up in 2018. But in January 2018, Intel came out and showed that Iran was not forthcoming in all their nuclear enrichment facilities or uranium enrichment facilities or storage facilities. This dates back to before the JCPOA even got started, right? Before it was agreed to, Iran was doing things, nefarious things, uranium enrichment wise. And these facilities, they did not disclose that to the IAEA. But at the time, during the time of that agreement, the JCPOA, the IAEA thought that Iran was being fully forthcoming, and they figured out that they weren't based on the intel in January 2018. And then in 2019, the IAEA released a report saying Iran was not abiding by the JCPOA the entire time.
That's not true. I looked your source, and number one, that person who said that they were not the sources that the intel that was coming out, that was coming from Netanyahu. Netanyahu, guy. And yes, the IAEA does not make recommendations. They're giving their opinion. The only way to resolve this is through diplomacy, not through WAR.
Right, but they don't make opinions like that. Like you should.
They do make opinions because I read it.
Okay, real quick. So
But,
what I'd like to see,
the
Popcorn.
IAEA.
Well, what I'd like to see, Popcorn, if you could go get that source and then read to us from the IAEA's report where it says this, I'd appreciate that. If it's there, you said it's the report, so please bring that because I've not heard of that. Right?
Yeah, but all you got to do, I don't have access to my laptop right now. I can try to pull it up on my phone, but I won't be able to show it. But if you do a Google search and set the search criteria to November of 2019 and just that month, then it'll pop up. It's right from the IAEA.org website. It's a report that they did, and it explains in paragraph E or paragraph 29, it states in there that Iran, one, did not disclose all the facilities. Number two, surpassed the level of enrichment that they were authorized. And number three, they weren't forthcoming with the amount of enriched uranium that they had in stockpile. So that's three violations right there.
That's a pretty bold statement, unless you can provide the sources.
You also said you also said that that the thing that they were doing was prior to the JCPOA.
No, all right. So at the time of the signing of the JCPOA, they all sat down and the IAEA said, hey, all right, Iran, what facilities are you enriching uranium at and what facilities are you storing these at? We need to know all of this. And Iran said, okay, A, B, C, and D. That's all we got. But they didn't list E, F, and G, which they should have. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an incredibly different claim than, just to be clear here, that's a very different claim than saying that they are building facilities to start using and making, like, N-bombs, right? Or that,
but why would they enrich uranium to 60%?
Can we say nuclear on this? Just want to be clear.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, cool. N-bomb was like, had too much.
Yeah, how's that a bad word?
Man.
But yeah, like you aren't able, it's very
though.
difficult to make a nuclear bomb in secret, right? So the claim of them having like slightly more enriched uranium than what they should be allowed is not the same as saying that they are building towards a boom boom.
Well, then why would you need 60% enriched uranium?
Popcorn, can I say this? So even if they were getting to a bomb, right? Even if Korea hates us. Well, okay, I'll concede that to you. Let's say they were, okay? North Korea has nukes, right? They're not bombing us, and they can't stand us, okay? All it is a way to say, leave us alone. Don't mess with us because we have the same weapons you have. That's what this whole world has been. We've been in a Cold War for the whole time I've been alive.
Okay, then why does Saudi, Kuwait, Qatar, and all these other places don't have that same issue that the only country in the Middle East now, Iran,
with us over
has.
oil,
All the other Middle Eastern countries, all these other Muslim countries are for this WAR against Iran, by the way, now.
Okay,
because
so
they all have petrodollar with us, and they don't want Iran to be the sole in charge of the Strait of Hormuz, because everybody's got to pass through that to get the oil out to the world.
And why don't they want Iran to be in charge of that?
Well, because then they'll be able to extort everybody and not be able to get out. But
yeah, they won't in on the oil money. That's literally
every
it. They just
single
won't
one
in
of
on the
those
money.
nations. Every single one of those nations, if they were in Iran's
Okay,
position,
so
would do the same thing.
Let me make this statement. I'm looking it up, and the report that I'm seeing came from 2025.
No, I told you how to find that article. Do a search and
all
only
of the
search that
reports.
month, 2019.
This
it's
was
real simple.
everything that I'm seeing came from 2025, and that
No, it's just 2019.
This was not reported until 2025.
Yes, and that is when everybody started kowtowing to Trump because they didn't want to be the one to go against him.
Nope. In 2019, the IAEA released a report, November 11th, 2019. I'm sorry that you don't have the intelligence to search a certain
look,
month in
it
Google.
is your claim, and so you need to bring the source.
I just gave it a source. You can look it up for me.
No, you didn't give me a source. I'm looking it up, and I'm seeing reports from 2025, not 2019.
So you didn't do what I told you to do, and that set your parameters during the search. You don't know how to do that, obviously. So.
Okay, what is your parameters again?
Go all the way to the right under search. I believe it's search tools, and select.
For what? What are you talking about?
Google.
Where? What do you want me to search?
So, do you have a laptop? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm on a computer right now.
Okay, sit behind your laptop and log in. Are you logged in?
Don't be an asshole. Just tell me what you want me to search.
After you log in, there's a browser. There's Safari, Google Chrome, Firefox,
Bro, shut the fuck up. If you continue to be a little bitch,
browser,
I'm going to drop
Open it up and type in google.com.
Okay.
And let me know when you do that.
All right, here. Let me know when you want to stop being a little asshole, okay, and just offer the information. You can come back up. You pretending that I'm stupid for whatever reason, just ridiculous. You made a claim that you cannot back up. I'm looking for the report. The report I'm showing is from 2025, sir, not 2019. And so if you have a source from 2019, you go find that shit, or you can go tell your whoever the fuck, your assistant, to go and do it, but don't be an asshole when you come up here. Just jackass for no reason.
Did you drop Deanna too, or she left at the same time?
She left.
Well, the bottom line is Marco
as soon as you dropped
Rubio,
him,
our
she left.
Secretary of State,
I like
said
her
we
voice.
went first because Israel was going. That's the bottom line. That's it right there.
What is the one thing in the world that makes the United States like in charge of everybody, or has the most say so?
Because we have more nukes than anybody.
No, man, it's because the United States is the world's reserve
highest
currency.
Consumer. No, we're the
United
biggest
States is
consumer
the world's
of goods.
reserve currency.
Which
okay,
means the money.
In other words, for Kazakhstan
Whether it's oil or just
to buy
basic goods.
right, everybody has to buy American dollars to be able to do business in oil. That was the whole and this is why the United States is so against moving to electricity, because if we do, then that destroys the petrodollar.
BRICS is already bypassing
These are things you can look right up.
BRICS is already bypassing.
Hey, liberal.
It's gonna happen.
I gotta get ready to get to work, but can I just on your header? I like to just touch base on your header real quick before I bail out.
Oh, sure. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, because it's like sometimes I look at the header and the conversation is so far from it, which is fine. I've listened to your show numerous times, you know that, and it'll go astray. But like I've missed the opening of your show and I missed a good portion of it. Did you weigh your opinion on that or no?
On this? On the women being drafted?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want them to be drafted. I don't want anybody to be drafted.
Right. So you don't want women to be drafted. All right.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, mine's mixed. I don't like with today's society and equality. I mean, but how are you going to hold them to certain roles? You know, then I sound like the asshole.
What does that mean? There's a ton of women already in the military, bud.
What does
I know
that mean?
that. But drafted is a different beast here, buddy.
What do you mean by hold them to different roles?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to sound like like basically front lines.
You know that there's literally female Marines, right?
I'm not.
I have a friend who is
We're talking
Marine.
about being drafted, not voluntary. You're signing up for the service. Not
Yeah, but
saying
there's
that. I'm
nothing.
not
There's
saying
nothing in.
and I'm not saying they're incapable. It's just my opinion on it. One little person, Joey Baloney's opinion on it.
Yeah, just like the same way, just like, there are plenty of men who I find incredibly silly who voluntarily go into the military. There are also
Just
plenty of
like
women
let's
who
put it
are
this way
who
too.
silly,
Like
who
other
are silly,
countries, like
just silly as
their
well.
females still can't vote.
Would also volunteer, and I think if we're going to have a draft, then it should either be everyone is involved with it, or there's no draft, so no one is involved with it. I think a volunteer military is a better equipped military in every single metric.
Like I'm just on the fence of if they should be drafted in today's society. If you would ask me this 50 years ago, 60 years ago, if I was alive, no, women should not be drafted. But in today's world and today's United States, yes. I mean,
I think
I don't want to see
Republicans
them in
would
certain
be,
roles, but that's just my opinion.
I think Republicans would be less warmongers if their daughters were put in as much danger as they're willing to put their sons in.
Yeah, I
what roles do you not want to see women in? I'm just curious.
I told you, the front lines.
So do you think women aren't capable,
So
or
you're gonna demonize me, and keep in mind I have two
I'm
daughters,
just asking
and I think women are smarter than men.
I'm asking you why.
I think women are just as capable. What's why exactly?
Joey, they can't carry
why.
a rucksack. They can't carry a rucksack 40 clicks. They can carry it 35. Are you happy? Is there a problem, or what's the deal?
Oh, so why? I knew if I brought don't, and I don't want to get attacked in any kind of way. It's my opinion. Just like you got yours, you got yours, you got yours.
Your opinion is sexist, Joey. You're sexist.
There's certain males that should maybe not be fucking put on the front line.
I'm a lib.
Too bad it's a draft. Everybody's coming in.
Respect
so
his
the
opinion.
standards is
Again, in today's society.
You think there's standards in a draft?
So meanwhile, hold on. Other countries and other religious beliefs, women can't even vote. Women can't even get a fucking education.
What is your
just
point
keep
with
all
that
in mind.
What relevance? What is your point? Because you've mentioned that twice.
He has a simple question: should women be drafted? And I say yes, so I get it. I'm going to get.
But what is your point with that we have it worse off in other countries? What is your point?
He's saying so you should go on. You should be happy to go and fight and die for or unalive yourself for your country. That's what you're saying. He's saying.
That's not what I said at all. But anyway.
No, I think he's just saying you guys don't have it as bad as these other women in these other countries, which is
that's exactly. Thank you. Yes, that's kind of what I was saying. Yes.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Right. Listen, Joe, I can respect the draft. Okay. This is if it's opinion based, then anybody can have one, right?
Right, exactly on this matter. Yeah, like all in all, I would say women should not be drafted. All in all, women should not be drafted.
Should women be in the military?
I was just basing it on today's society of women are equal to do everything.
In your perfect society,
like you're arguing, saying that women can do as much as men, right? Is that what you're saying?
Women can do as much as men. I want
so
to
you
know
agree.
if
so you agree that women should be drafted then?
I don't support the war, but I think if they want to go, I mean, our administration
no, there's the difference between voluntarily
military,
signing up for the service
and
a draft. Host, can you educate on the
Joey,
meaning, the
do you
different
believe that
separation of being
women
drafted?
should serve in the military?
Okay, so being drafted meaning you have no choice. I'm not sure. Forgive me because I'm still looking for this
that other thing
report from 2019 that states that they were outside of the limits of the JCPOA. Guys, it doesn't exist. This was reported on in 2025. Popcorn is full of shit.
He said that they put out a report in 2019, the JPOC, whatever that is.
Which doesn't say what he claims that it says.
So let me tell you a little bit about Popcorn. Popcorn lives in a conspiracy theory world. And his MO is to come up on panels and make so-called accusations that there were reports and there's graphs and everything that he knows that doesn't exist, but it's always it's always convenient with him when we ask him, what's your proof, what's the thing? Well, I don't have my computer with me. He never has anything with him. Well, you're on a fucking computer in your hand. Go teacup, sign the damn report, and for him to act like we don't know what Google is, we use Google every time we have to talk to a mega person.
He was doing that on purpose.
I think he was just
to get kicked.
self-reflecting, to be honest with you, on that end.
He's not self-reflecting, Joey. He comes up here and he does this
No, as
every
far
time.
as not knowing how to use Google and needed
Okay,
numbered and colored charts to get to
He
it.
thinks he's an intellectual, and it's hilarious.
He's not.
And granted, he might have seen that once somewhere written, but sometimes it's like, oh, that was just a made-up story.
Joey.
What?
If he's seen that somewhere online, it's out there. And if we Google it, and if we Google this 10 different freaking ways till the sun shines, and we can't find it, it doesn't exist.
I'm going to say that's not true. Sometimes they'll scrub something from the internet that just totally is a lie or something.
So here's what those reports are saying from 2025, right? And this is ridiculous, is that trace materials were found, natural trace materials were found at a Turkuzabad facility, but there was no uranium there.
Shit, we use that to pave the roads here in Florida, nuclear material.
And so, but this is reporting from 2025, a quote unquote report from 2019, but they were in 2019 found to be within the guidelines and rules of the JCPOA in 2019. So he's making something out of nothing that came because Netanyahu wanted the United States, yet again, to go to war with Iran. Donald Trump allegedly removed their ability to create nuclear weapons, a couple of months before he starts booming Iran again. And yet here we are still claiming it has anything to do with nuclear weapons. It doesn't. They were within the guidelines of the JCPOA. The fucking trace materials, if ever there was uranium at a site prior to the JCPOA, who gives a fucking fuck? I don't care, right? Well, not even a big deal.
And
so you think Trump was misled by the CIA or somebody in his administration?
I think it's interesting that no one ever talks about how Israel has a whole lot of nukes that are unregulated. And, they are a threat. They are notorious for spying on us. And we should investigate more into this, especially when they have things like the Samson option.
And what's the only country that has ever used nukes?
Us.
Bingo. So we're worried about. Joey. It's my turn.
Joey, what? Okay. Good.
So we are all concerned about, North Korea has more nukes than Israel, and
thank you.
We're all concerned about these other countries that have way more, that are already produced. They're already sitting on a tarmac, waiting to go. And you're worried about a country that may have the capability, that we're starting to have the capability, but then they were put under, into a deal that they agreed to, and it was working, and we had people, and there may have been disagreements, there may have been misunderstandings, but the deal was working. Then we have this orange fat fuck that gets reelected and wants to buddy up with Putin and buddy up with Bibi, and is so intellectually stupid that they drag him into this war. No, they dragged him into this war because either they got something on him or he's just intellectually dumb. The only thing he's good at is a marketing perspective. And now we're in a position that our economies. You think that Iran is going to do anything? They're sitting back and letting the economic ramifications of this war hit every country on this globe, because that's where it's going to hurt most.
Thanks, Sparky.
They're turning the world against us, and they're not seeing it.
Now, let me just read this to you, and then I'm going to lay this to rest. Again, this is February 2025. It says the IAEA's December 2015 report concluded that a, quote, range of activities relevant to the development of a nuclear explosive device were conducted in Iran prior to the end of 2003 as a coordinated effort, and some activities took place after 2003. The report further assessed that there were no, quote, no credible indications of activities relevant to weaponization after 2009 or any diversion of nuclear materials for military purposes. The agency indicated in its report that Iran did not fully answer all of the IAEA's questions, but provided enough information to address the inquiry. Following the report, the IAEA's Board of Governors passed a resolution in December 2015 closing the military dimensions investigation. Closure of the investigation was required to implement the JCPOA. The IAEA's second investigation into Iran's past nuclear activities began in 2018 and is focused on evidence suggesting that Iran failed to declare all nuclear materials and activities from its pre-2003 nuclear program as legally required by its Safeguards Agreement. The investigation does not reopen the military dimensions file. It is focused on Iran's nuclear material accountancy obligations under its safeguard agreements. As part of this investigation, the IAEA visited 3 undeclared locations in 2019 and 2020. Environmental samples taken from all 3 sites indicated that processed uranium had been present at all 3 locations. Iran has yet to provide the IAEA with technically credible explanations for the presence of uranium at 2 of those sites, Turkuzabad and Varaman. In a May 2023 report, the IAEA said it had no further questions regarding the 3rd site where uranium was detected, Marivan. The IAEA assessed that Iran conducted explosive experiments with protective shielding in preparation for the use of neutron detectors. Iran claimed that a third-party state operating a mine and chemical lab at the site contaminated the area with uranium. The IAEA said that this was a possible explanation. So again, none of they're talking about pre-2003. Pre-2003. So this claim that, look, they found trace material of this site that wasn't disclosed. Let's rip it up and bomb them. Make that one make sense.
Yeah, this is what it is, man. We're being lied to. This is weapons of mass destruction all over again, and American lives are going to be lost because of it.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure if you went to the places that we as the United States actually bombed, you can still find traces. I don't know. I'm not smart. I'm not educated on that. But maybe
I bought
could.
a vase at a flea market that had traces of uranium. They use it for to make the green, the old
that's a
green,
good one, yeah.
The old green vases, yeah. And you can actually Geiger counter that shit.
Yeah, the Vaseline
put a flashlight
glass.
on it, it glows. Yeah, put a flashlight on it, it glows green.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Drive down Florida.
Highly collectible.
Glow in the dark.
Florida? Yeah. Why are you picking on Florida? Who's here from Florida?
Florida picks on Florida. Oh God.
Oh yeah, me too. What part?
Central.
Me too. Damn, we're probably neighbors.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, go Mickey.
I was going to say, none of us are experts on this, but I feel like we should listen to the experts. And I'm pretty sure there's a good amount that agree that I forget what the theory is called, but basically, if Iran has a nuclear weapon, that would be the best way to go about it. It would be a deterrent for this kind of for nuclear war, basically. If they have the weapon, it would be better because it would be a deterrent. Just like we don't mess with North Korea, we don't mess with any of these other countries. So I don't know. I think they should have nukes. That's my part.
Or maybe as a human species, we should try to get rid of the nukes.
Well, that's never going to happen, especially when you have countries like Israel that has, I think, 60 nuclear weapons and none of them are registered.
Carson, that's blasphemy. You don't understand. They're trying. You don't understand. The Muslims can't have it. We are supposed to have it.
Right.
Muslims aren't allowed to have stuff like that. Only we can. Okay, we were chosen by we were chosen people.
Who's
okay?
the
They
religious
aren't.
fanatics now?
And people need to realize BB, like Joey, BB
I agree
is
with you,
literally our
Sparky.
president now.
I agree with Sparky. Everyone should have nukes, so that it's total annihilation, right? Nobody use them because everybody's going to lose. I mean, I don't understand. Yeah,
well, that's how it is now. Even if
I
Russia
mean,
and us use them, it's going to be total.
And
Yeah,
the problem with that is when you get a country that's smaller that might have nukes or might not have the economy or might not, they might try to use them in ways that are just to intimidate and repress other countries to be able to get their economy and their money. It's all about
But
money.
who has done that?
Thank you,
like, we are the
occupation.
only ones that have actually used nukes.
Israel does it all the time.
Can I say something about that? Someone said that before, and obviously we are the first country and only country to use nukes. But in that time, it was just more pomp and fanfare because prior to that, the United States and Britain used a gas bomb on Japan that killed more people with a simple gas bomb than Nagasaki and Hiroshima combined.
It's all.
But yet it didn't. You know what I'm saying? So at the
But
time
listen,
when we
you
used that
can't
nuke, it
say,
was just
well, look at
awe
the
of it.
UK. But you can't say, look at Britain. I mean, it's all, when it comes
No,
to
I was
Britain, United States, Israel. Sorry, I'm talking. I can't hear what you're saying, but let me just finish
I
real
think
quick.
you missed my whole point. I was just making a point of prior to us dropping the nuclear bomb on Japan, the U.S. and Great Britain dropped a gas bomb on Japan, and it killed more people than Nagasaki and Hiroshima combined. But yet it didn't. It's like it's unheard of in our history lessons.
Okay, but it's all bad, right? It's all human
No, it
rights.
is.
It's
No,
all crimes
completely.
against humanity, war crimes,
Now,
G-side.
Well, here's also, there's a little bit of a difference because, with the gas boom boom or even incendiaries or napalm, whatever, it doesn't create generations of like birth defects and shit for generations down the road. The radioactive fallout doesn't occur. And so,
no, there is that. I was just making a simple point. I wasn't trying to get into analytics of it. I was just at the time and presence of that bomb. They didn't see that either. At that point, Japan didn't know the long-term effects of it. I was just making a point of it was just the shock and awe of that thing, but yet they didn't surrender during the gas bomb.
Right. Well, they were.
That's all the point I was making. I get it. Yeah, there's long-term effects to that. We know now. Back when they dropped that first bomb in Japan had no idea of that.
But
no one really. I don't know if we did either.
We knew it back then.
Yeah, that's why we blew them up way out in the middle of the desert where no one would see it.
You think our scientists, our Yahtzee scientists, didn't know what that would do? Like,
yep.
Would you say that smart people are the ones that invented the nuclear bomb?
Sure.
You had it right the first time.
Yeah, so smart people ain't so good, right? Because the Democratic Party want all smart people to fucking vote, and dumb people like MAGA should not vote. So I don't know if everybody being so fucking smart is actually the winning solution either.
Is that how you're coping with Trump saying
we need a bunch of dumb people around too.
Is that how you're coping with Trump saying smart people don't like him?
Say smart people don't like him.
No. I hear this from a lot of my Democratic friends that say Republicans and basically MAGA are too dumb, and there should be a litmus test to be able to vote.
No.
But meanwhile, y'all just admitted smart people invented the fucking nuclear bomb. So maybe being smart
what does that have to
isn't always the answer. Just I'm making light of it.
I mean, no, I take your point, but Oppenheimer regretted it, and see, it's like the old saying, just because you can, should you? But humans are curious, and so like being able to develop something like that, and should we do that? Two different things. So once you see what it does, you're like, what did he say? I am the destroyer of worlds or whatever. I am death or whatever. It's so I don't know that an intellect plays a role in it. Some fucking jackass has an agenda, whatever that may be, winning a war, whatever, just scaring the shit out of people. Who knows?
I had a
threat
funny
to
thought.
humanity is
Yeah,
humans.
Right.
Yeah.
APEC, what's up?
Yeah, no, I chuckled a bit because I had a funny thought. I think we're going to end up in a world where we have to probably get rid of our nuclear stockpile. And here's why. Because I think the AIs, especially the ones with the chatbot modules, are going to get so tired of humans asking it questions over and over and over that they're going to take over and say, you know what, forget it. Let's just let me take over this system and boom, boom, the place. Reset.
That's funny.
Factory reset. So,
or render them all
Factory
inert.
reset.
Or render, hard booting
that
Earth.
That might actually be peace on Earth. I'm not sure.
Did you guys?
AI might just say we're not allowed to use the weapons and not let us use them. Then what?
Well, I'm just glad that aliens have come down from space and turned off our nukes.
I'm talking about artificial.
You've heard of that, right?
Oh yeah, they did. They did. Liberal,
Yeah.
Literally.
Right.
Well, that'd be good, though.
Somebody's got to save us from ourselves, because even the smartest of us are too stupid to realize you shouldn't do something like that. But I'm actually glad APAC brought up AI, because I was going to make that point after the nuke. AI is our nuke, right? It's going to. It could potentially unalive us all, even more so than
You got to remember the Terminator.
Have you guys seen?
Damn, I just got chills from that statement.
Well, did you guys see Melania proposing that these robots are going to be teaching our children? Did anyone see that? I mean, she obviously doesn't know the first thing about child development. Facial expressions are very, very important. You can't have a freaking robot as a teacher. I mean, I just don't understand, because I feel like they're doing everything the right was so against,
Well, see, they were made in the image of Zuckerberg, and he looks like a robot,
But the whole face is black. Sorry, and it's like
the guy's a fucking android. I'm sorry, he looks like an android, does he not? Is he not like
So I seen that thing about the robots, and I just want everybody to know that there was a study done on these robots and how they're made up. Those robots can literally crush a child in less than 1.2 seconds.
Yep. I'm a machinist, by the way. They will replace me.
Oh,
My trade will build the first ones, and then all the rest will replace us.
I just feel like her proposing that was so dystopian. I don't know. Am I the only one?
No. I think you're right, spot on for pointing it out. I did an entire show on Thursday about this because of that video, and she but you got to remember, all those tech bros that have surrounded Trump are pushing AI, and even Israel is pushing AI, and so they're just trying, in the Genesis mission, and what the fuck was that other thing? If you go to AI.gov, you can find it. They're going to integrate AI into every agency in the government by force. Yeah. And if they find that, if they find that they can replace a human worker with AI, they're going to do it. This is part of this.
Yep.
If you go to AI.gov, you'll find it. I'll pull it up here.
Hey, Loudmouth, I'm going to get off here, but I appreciate it. I like being up here, man. I'll be back.
Yeah, thanks, Dag. I appreciate you being up. Yeah, you have a good one now.
You too, bro.
So America's action plan, AI action plan, this shit is it's crazy, y'all. And that's why I say this is basically like a nuke. I mean, it really is. Let me see. Let me try to find, where's it at? I think it was under American infrastructure.
We're going through a corporate restructure right now in America.
AI. What's crazy though is that when I do shows about AI, like people don't seem so interested in it. It's weird because it's, for example, Manus. Have you guys ever heard of Manus?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, so Manus now has, you can download Manus onto your computer and basically unleash it. And so like because you have to pay for like credits, and when you tell it to do something, however much time it uses up credits, it's like 50% off of the tasks if you download the desktop. And what the desktop can do, it can write scripts, it can create programs, it can organize your folders on your computer. So say, for example, I got a hard drive full of crap and pictures all over the place. I can't find them. I can tell it, hey, take all of these images that are from such and such with these people in it, and it will go through your computer autonomously and do all of this stuff. The problem is that if Manus or whoever the fuck now has ownership basically and can see every file on your computer, and I'm sure that will be reported to them, whatever it is that's on your computer. And if a bad actor wanted to, they can create Trojans right from your device. And your AI is now can use your computer to do something else, and you won't have a fucking clue. So they're starting to push that shit. Like, sure, will it save you time to organize your files and stuff? Yeah, maybe. Is it worth like having some fucking tech bro be able to use your computer to hack somebody else's computer? I mean, they could do that remotely.
Well, and to me, it's not even that. It's that and the dumbing down of America and society, because your brain is meant to like keep learning and like that's why there's puzzles you're supposed to chess help you stimulate your brain, and doing things, reading books help you stimulate your brain and keep it going like a muscle. So if you're now you're gonna have AI doing all your work, we're gonna be dumb. We're gonna go back. We're gonna be like Planet of the Apes. We're gonna go back in time.
They're doing this on purpose. It's an attack on human consciousness, literally.
Yes.
And humankind.
Yeah, because we were talking
human
about
nature itself.
We were talking about this at work the other day because I work at Target. And they're like, well, if AI comes in here, how does this stuff get on the shelves? Like, how does it get stuck? I said, do you guys remember service merchandise?
Yes.
Service merchandise?
I think it was a Florida thing.
No, we had it here in Michigan.
Oh, you did? Really?
You would go.
Yeah,
like,
that was the first of
the
its
shelves
time.
were not. Yeah, the shelves were not. They were stacked with like a display, and you would go there and you would say, okay, I want this, and then you go and you pay for it, and it comes out on a belt. That's what it's going to come down to. So it doesn't need to be stocked. We don't need people to stock the shelves. It's just going to be
Amazon.
Yeah, you go.
The problem is everything's going to be cashless, and then it's going to be the social credit score. So if you dissent against maybe even this administration, I don't know how soon, then it's a problem.
Social credit score.
They're already doing that with ICE.
Yeah.
Look at ghost kitchens. It's just slop made in different varieties out of the same like belt, and some Uber driver, DoorDasher owned by BlackRock, goes and delivers it to you.
And Walmart's slowly trying to do that by closing stores, saying, oh, they're not meeting our expectations. Meanwhile, the store's doing very well. It's just, okay, so the year before it profited 60 million, but now this year it's only profited 59 million. So they'll shut it down saying, well, it's not meeting our expectations, because they want to save on overhead to be like Amazon and order through Walmart.com.
You know how also, Joey, they save on overhead? They don't buy the land, they lease it, and then they just leave the store as some husk of a box with nothing in it to let the town repair it and pay for all the repairs.
Walmart?
Yeah, our Target does not own the land.
Walmart buys their property. I don't know where you heard that one, but
I feel like that's why it's important that people don't support corporationists like Trump.
Oh, Dylan, I didn't even see you make it up. I sent you a request, but I didn't see you pop in. Welcome aboard, man. Guys, Dylan's another creator that you guys should follow, Canadian. He does lives, around 6 p.m. or so? 6 to 9?
Yeah, depending. We're reformatting going forward. So usually we're doing video studies every week on a different topic, but we're live every couple days, not every day like we used to be, though.
Yeah,
Joey, you
I
could
thought about
literally
that
look
myself.
up ghost Walmarts. It's on Google.
Ghost Walmarts? I'll have to check
Yup.
that out. Are you talking about like the empty buildings?
Yup. They just pack up and leave because they don't want to pay for disassembling the building that they put up, and then they just leave the town to deal with it, and that's the taxpayer's dollar.
Yeah, and they usually will then get, because after their tax exemptions expire, they'll move into the county just on the outside of the town.
Big Ponzi scheme.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're getting. They still own that property and have to maintain it, whether they leave it abandoned or not.
They'll turn it into a fucking tractor supply or something, is usually what they get turned into.
The point is, the corporation cares little about the community that they're actually trying to service, while destabilizing the small businesses that we already know that they get rid of by the time that it's actually like really in flux for like 5, 6, 7 years. It already undercuts all the businesses and around it. So,
yep, it's a scourge. Fucking cancer.
Yeah, I mean, I agree,
Box
but
stores.
also, as a consumer, you have the right, choice to go to still support mom and pops. If you choose to go to Walmart, how do you blame it on Walmart?
Okay, so I agree, but there's only so much where populations have so little options to choose from. Okay, so like in my area, I choose to go away from Walmart or Target, and I go to like Ollie's or something, or HEB. I try to stay away from like Walmart, Target, all those stores. But sometimes there's places where it's like food deserts or even like actual deserts where it's just like there's only Walmart. Think South Park. Like there's only Walmart to buy from, and then Joe's like tool shed goes out of business because of it. Like that's what it comes down to.
Right. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's.
I agree, but like I got a Walmart.
But then you look at Joe's tool shed, and you're like, you want to support local business, but then you look at people and you're like, hey, yo, can I buy $5 worth of this or $3 worth of that? Can I do that a year for a whole year? That's $1,000 if I do that enough times. I can't afford $1,000 extra at this store when I can save $1,000 over here on this store. What if my car breaks down? These are where they want us. They want us to not even be able to support each other and worry about, oh no, my next paycheck. That's where we're at right now. Most of the country, at least, or at least half.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem. I mean, that part is, with the Walmart stuff has been going on for quite some time. Of course, that's just, that's corporate shit, but it's, I mean, we really are under the gun here, guys. Like they've gotten wages where they're so stagnant that you can't even afford your fucking tire to blow. It'll ruin your whole year almost, and then so you're forced to go to where it's cheaper because you don't even have the money to go to, like, for example, in my town, I might be able to go to a Kroger, but I'll be paying $2 for a fucking, can of soup or something. Like, I'm not saying that I buy soup because I don't buy canned soup, but it's just that much more expensive to go to those places. And so what do you do?
What Kroger is?
Yeah. Unless they have something on sale, it's far more expensive than Walmart.
Really?
And partially owned by.
So Kroger's like compared to our Publix.
And when we do have to go to like Walmart or Target, it shouldn't be an arm and a leg. I mean, they're price gouging us out of existence. They pay their workers shit. We've got to cut the corporations off. That's why we can't support people like Trump, who literally take away all of the resources for the lower and middle class Americans and give it to these corporations, to the 1%. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous.
But Carson,
we are unaliving.
Doing that since Reagan.
But Carson, I get what you're saying, and I totally agree with you. I do work for Target, and yes, I make a decent living, but I also have a really good benefits package. That with my health conditions, I was not denied. and it's just their benefit package is good, but on the I don't give back to the company. I really don't shop at Target. I try to do like farmers markets in the summertime and small businesses when I can. So, but they do have. I have to say I don't agree with Target's philosophy, but it pays my bills, and the benefit package that they have offered me is pretty darn good.
No, I believe it about Target. I mostly meant like when it comes to Walmart, they don't pay their workers well, right?
Yeah, no,
and
Walmart
whether
is
it's
terrible.
Target or Walmart or Publix, I just went to Publix the other day to buy some fruit for my daughter, and I wanted to get organic strawberries because of all the freaking pesticides, and they're like $1 million. So I have to grab the regular strawberries. We should not be doing this. Like,
Also,
it's ridiculous.
MBW, I'm happy that you're getting benefits. I'm happy that you're doing okay.
Yeah,
That's
I
good
mean,
to hear.
what I wish, because I went through. Listen, I went years without health insurance, and I have tachycardia that can come at any point in time. I have high blood pressure. I have to have a surgery. I was not denied, like I put down that I have these pre-existing, and I still was able to. So what I'm saying is, would I like to make more? Yes. Should I get paid more? Yes. Do I like the philosophies and who they contribute to? No, absolutely not. If I'm at the store and I need a milk, I'll grab a gallon of milk. I don't do full-fledged shopping. I don't give back, but I will say the benefit. I get a 401k that they match. I get a great benefits package. So there's pros and cons with every company that you work for.
And see, that's the thing where we don't have, universal health care or really any kind of health care. And so when you find a company that offers something to you, you get kind of stuck there. And so you can't, if the company Target, for example, is engaging in behavior that you don't like, even though normally you'd be like, I don't want to associate with these fuckers, and you could go to the next person and still have your health care and stuff. Like, if you had that stuff taken care of, would you have left when you found out some of the shit? Right. And so, see, there, like, it traps you in this fucking, it's debt slavery, what have you.
Yeah. I mean, I was working for a
Health
small
slavery.
I was working for a small manufacturing company, and I kept on getting laid off, and I was like, it's just so unstable that I have to find something stable. I had health insurance through there. Do you know how much my deductible was? They were giving me the bare bones health insurance. My deductible was $6,500.
It's fucking nuts.
I was gonna say 5,000.
Yeah, so I had health insurance.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I had health insurance, but it was like I had it, but I didn't. And I always told everybody, it's like going to buy a car and saying, well, you bought the car, but you can't take it off the lot until you pay it off in full.
Yeah. Or you buy your house, but you never own it because you're still always paying the government.
Exactly. But now I have health insurance and my prescriptions are all covered. I pay $20 out of pocket for doctors, and I can have my surgery, and I've got mental health, a program for mental health. So yeah, the pay sucks. Sometimes the views of the company sucks, but it's paying my bills. I somewhat enjoy my job. I enjoy the people, because you would not believe how many of people that think like me work at the same place.
But see, wouldn't it be nice?
But it would be nice that I could find a job like for $22 an hour. But here's the thing. I could take that job, but here's the thing. I would be out of health insurance for 90 to a year before I would qualify.
Well, what do you pay, if you don't mind my asking, what do you pay per paycheck for that insurance?
I get paid every 2 weeks. I pay for my health insurance and my vision, which is like $3-4, and then I pay into another program that is sort of like short-term disability. It's called a hospital indemnity or whatever. I don't know what it's called, but I pay into that. Altogether, I pay $75 every 2 weeks.
Well, that's not bad. So that's just for you and kids, or just you?
Just for myself. My kids are grown and out of the house.
See, that's
MBW,
decent.
do you have a career?
I'm sorry?
No, I said, do you have a career?
I'm just a target employee that stocks the shelves.
Okay.
I went back to school because I know that I have to have something if Social Security's not there or if Social Security's not enough. So I'm going back to school for medical coding and billing. So
you don't have anything in your savings?
What's
going on with you?
Okay, yeah, what is your point, Stallion?
I was just asking if she had anything in her savings or anything. She seems like she could be struggling a little bit, but I don't know. I was just asking if she had a career.
Here's the thing, 95% of the country is struggling, Stallion.
I wouldn't say, I mean, I'm doing all right now, but it could be better.
Right now. Just wait until a rotten fish comes and smacks you upside your head and you're like, that's life.
COVID.
Here's my parents were able to have a savings
having a job, not a career.
So here's the thing. C-19 wiped out a bunch of people's savings and their 401k because they had to dip into it in order to pay the bills.
My father, after I got done with college, he put some money in a savings account for me once I got finished. So $500,000 saved up.
Good for
you.
you.
We don't all have. We're not all trust fund kids.
I'm not a trust fund kid. I worked for it.
Okay.
Your father put aside the money, but you worked for it. Okay, that made absolutely no sense at all, Stallion.
He told me once I finished medical school, I could have it. If I didn't finish, it was his.
Not all of our parents are rich.
So
my parents are not rich. He was a neurologist.
He said he put $500,000 in your account.
Wait. Did you just say he was a urologist?
Neurologist.
A neurologist makes a lot of money, sir.
Yeah. What was it, like $400,000?
So your dad's Dr. Steamy? Is that what you're saying? You came here to flex that your dad's Dr. Steamy from Grey's Anatomy?
No.
It's Dreamy. Dr. Dreamy? Right now? Wasn't it Dreamy?
He's dead now, but
have some empathy.
Giving Donald Trump.
Okay. Hold on, guys. We're jumping on Stallion. I still don't know what his point is exactly.
I was just asking if she had a career. She said
that what was your point?
Insurance is high and yada yada. And
so again, a job is not a career. You mean like a profession? What do you define career? Having a job is not a career.
Sure, it could be.
She works at Target. That's her career.
Yeah,
Next question.
Who MBW works at Target?
Oh my lord.
I don't work at Target. I'm a traveling nurse, Carson. What do you do?
Don't worry about what I do. I'm not on here talking about my $500,000, my trust fund that I got from my dad. I don't need to talk about my life on TikTok.
So Stallion, do you work for somebody, Stallion?
I work for a contract.
So you work for somebody?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, okay. So,
real quick.
That's your career.
Real quick.
Somebody. Your nurse is your career.
Neurosurgeon salary by state. Eastern part, 911,000. Midwest, 1 million. Southern, 950,000. Western, 979,000. And so California, $1.1 million salary for neurosurgeon.
Yeah, so
my dad wasn't rich.
About $500,000
bro.
Taxes.
Your dad could have paid like, in one paycheck your entire fucking college.
He did.
Yeah,
I'll give him. He did.
So so your situation is different from basically every person on Earth. Okay.
Well, I'm not saying it's different.
It is different.
It is different. You're an outlier.
We're saying it's
a
different.
rarity.
So, the reason we bring this up is that when you come into a situation that that is nothing like your own. You have a very unique situation. There's nothing wrong with the fact that you won the vagina lottery, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But when you come in here and you're like applying your very niche perspective to everybody else's and like coming in with some kind of superiority complex, it just comes off wrong. Do you understand that?
Sure, it could have came off wrong.
It did.
If I offended you, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come off wrong.
No. I just want to make a point of that, and that's why I told everybody. I was like, we're jumping on Stallion, but I don't know what his point is. There's nothing wrong with you coming from money. Nothing. I'm not going to shit on you for it.
Let me tell you something, Stallion.
But to be smug about somebody else's career choices.
That.
Yeah. You're lucky. You're blessed. Be grateful.
Yeah, I find a job and a career are two different things. Like if you're a doctor, for instance, now that's your career. But if you're working at Walmart, that's just a job. Unless you're higher up and you try to tend to make it into a career.
Hold on a minute.
Alexa, definition of career.
Quiet.
Well, there's a woman speaking, so go ahead. I don't know who that was. Is that MEW? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Topic of the current conversation. Stallion, I am happy that your parents, you, are in a position. I am paying for the choices that I made through my life. I wish I could have a do-over, but I can't. I am happy. I want you to stop. I am happy with the choice that I have right now. I am happy that I have the ability to go back to school. I am happy that I have 2 wonderful daughters and 2 great grandchildren. Do I wish some things in my life were different? Yes. That would be choices that I made. I'm sorry that my job is not classified as a career, but it's the best that I can do. I don't ask the state for help. I don't ask my parents for help, and I sure as hell don't ask anybody for help. I take things on my own. I pay my own.
The definition of career fits you and her. So I don't know. Her education didn't learn her the definition of career.
Definitely did.
Very subjective, eh? Joey?
It is.
Career. The word career is extremely subjective.
Exactly.
It is. To me, though, a career is something that's long-term, not necessarily built just in one spot, right? It's something that you've gained over time, a skill set, what have you, in that field, versus a job which can be replaced. You know what I mean? It's short-term. It's not a passion of yours. It's what you do for money. That's my outlook on job versus
But you can also grow in the company as well, whether it's Target or Publix. Like my grandmother worked for corporate for a very long time, and they treat them very well when you retire, So
and for her working at Target,
we'll say a Walmart manager makes as much as a neurosurgeon.
That's her career, She works at Target. She's there long term. That's her career.
I mean,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely. You could say that.
I've known people. I know a couple people that retired from Target making almost $30 an hour.
Yeah. And also there's like IT department for Target. There's, what I mean? Any number of quote unquote skilled careers, within
store director, corporate director of operations. So there's room for growth. Do I want to? Not at this moment.
Now I will say traveling nurse was a very smart industry for you to get into, Stallion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's, even when robots start unaliving us all by firing squad, there's still going to be a need for traveling nurses.
Yeah. And I've made a career for the last 20 years living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
Most Americans have, statistically, literally.
I've mastered that shit. I should get a fucking doctorate in that shit.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Because I do pretty well living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
The majority of the country lives paycheck to paycheck, literally. Yeah. And that is what's
We all
bad.
got jackets for that club.
Someone said one time, we're a third world country in a Gucci belt.
Yeah, we are.
That's fucking perfect. I mean, really, it's true. God, if you ever go to Jackson, Mississippi, the south side of Jackson, Mississippi, wow. Well, really, any side of Jackson, Mississippi, guys, it's brutal. It's really, really, really bad. The worst city, I think I've ever seen. And I've seen every major city.
And not the shit on Stallion anymore. Because I think, like you said, coming from, money, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think the what's her name that works for Target will be will do fine if the market crashes and shit goes down, then Stallion will lose her shit. She won't know how to cope.
Yeah, well, I don't think Jody. I don't think it was that everyone was jumping on her. Like we weren't all like dogpiling. It wasn't that situation. What it was he's seeing through rose-colored goggles, right, so to speak. And he doesn't see life the way we do, right? He was raised differently, obviously. He was raised like Eric Trump, for example. If you were to take all of Eric Trump's connections away, all of his money away, or even Donald Trump or Donald Trump Jr., any of those trust fund babies, if you were to take all their assets and everything away, they're useless.
I totally agree. I spent a lot of time on Palm Beach Island. I know.
Just looking at life through a different set of lenses than we are, right? And it's not that we were dogpiling them or picking on them or anything like that. It's just we were correcting them. That's all.
And you guys keep saying him. I'm not sure.
Well,
I should be genderifying.
I don't know, Stallion.
What are your pronouns?
Not that it matters, but what are your pronouns?
I'm a female.
I thought you Karen or he. You guys are
okay.
rude.
Well, I apologize. I do apologize.
And the host too.
I heard the rest saying him, so I figured.
I'm like, what am I missing?
You're a female, but I didn't want to assume. But then again, I did assume by saying.
Well, you made an ass of yourself.
Well, the Stallion didn't correct any of us, so
Yeah, I noticed that too. Like, maybe I'm wrong. I'm like, wait a minute.
I figured she was a woman. She's got a feminine voice, like for real. I even said she a couple times by accident. Well, it turns out that
I'm a female.
It was well justified.
Now, are you nurse practitioner or just RN?
Nurse practitioner. Now, what do you do, Lab Mom? I know you have a podcast, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I do this. I've actually been thinking about my wife and I doing either a true crime podcast together because she loves hearing me tell stories about shit that's happening, and so it was her idea to come up with where we just do that basically for everybody else to hear. Because she.
I'd actually check into that. I like true crime.
Yeah,
And where are you from? You from California too?
Mississippi.
Okay.
And
Never
Oklahoma.
been.
I exist in both places at once.
You're a Republican too?
No, God.
You're gonna vote red for midterms?
First time.
You're not gonna vote red for midterms?
No. No, thank you.
He's a very liberal Republican.
But here's what's funny is most of my friends are Republicans, the friends that I do have.
I have a couple of liberal friends that I went to UCLA with. They're awesome. They're not what, people say on, the internet and whatnot.
Is that where you got your degree from? UCLA?
Yeah.
Now,
the internet?
You have to get your master's for your NP, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they have a doctoral nurse practitioner, or what is that called? Or is that just a specialty?
I think it's like just a specialty.
I see. So you go
but I could be wrong.
Like 2 years residency to specialize? Because I feel like they'd have a doctor. But it's like, why not just go to med school, at that point?
Well, you could teach. You could get hired by the university as a PhD to teach other students. So that's one way why getting a PhD is a good idea.
Yeah, because see, doctors used to be called physicians, and teachers, or rather professors, were called doctors at one point. It was, and then at some point it got swapped around. Kind of weird. Just interesting factoid. Useless information. You're welcome.
Good for trivia night.
Right. Anyway, now I was going to ask you something about. Fuck, now I forgot. Either way, neurosurgeon though. I'm like that. That is, you don't see a lot of those around. Fuck, it's hard enough to get a rheumatologist anywhere. There's so few of them around.
A juvenile endocrinologist too, or pediatrician endocrinologist. They're like, good luck.
You know, I think they do that. They may do that on purpose because they've restricted medical. You know, the hospitals like universities, medical schools. They've restricted them so that they don't produce enough doctors. Right. If you had more doctors, they would get paid far less. You know, I wonder if that's like on purpose, especially for those specialties like, you know, a neurologist or a rheumatologist or whatever. Because half the time, like I went to a rheumatologist, it was going to take 2 fucking years to get one. And there was one guy, it was only a 6-month wait, 6 or 8 months. I think it was 8 months. And there's a reason why he only had an 8-month waiting period. That dude was a fucking prick. I mean, that guy was an asshole. I didn't stay with him very long, but...
So he should have been a proctologist.
He should have been a proctologist.
Oh, no, please. We need gentle hands for that.
Oh, Stallion left. Dang it. I was looking forward to hearing from some of the crazy stories. Those traveling nurses, man, during COVID. Woo! That had to have been rough, but they made fucking...
She sounded young, in my opinion, so I don't know if she was around for that one.
Yeah.
They just said graduated, right? 21 or 22 maybe. They just got or 24 maybe after med school or something like that. So
right,
could be fresh
and
out.
Look, I mean, more power to them. But yeah, it's definitely, if you've never experienced it and you have a perspective that's never been like struggling for anything, to like apply your own views to other people's lives or having judgments about them, it's kind of weird,
exactly,
kind of shitty.
Well, yeah, that's just it. A liberal, she's young and you know, somewhat naive, and not everyone's seeing through her lens, right? Not everyone's looking at life or has been through life through her view. So you know, it's not. She'll probably be cautious next time she goes up to a live, though, and
I think so.
Well, you know,
I don't think she's very smug. You know, I don't think she's smug or arrogant. Let me explain why real quick.
I don't think so either.
It's because she apologized. A person who apologizes like that is not intentionally trying to rub shit in. You know, rub her noses in or whatever. You know, I don't think she was doing it intentionally. She just, like I said, she's lived a different life than we have.
So we'll say the word ignorant was and not in a mean way, just in the definition itself, not to say.
We got to reduce stigma on terms like that, like for real.
And naive,
Yeah, and I didn't want to shit on her either because, like, you know, it's not her fault.
A liberal, I love you, man. You're my favorite host, but I disagree with you. I don't think anyone was shitting on her. Like, no one was coming down hard on her. The woman who worked at Target actually just told her, you know, hey, listen, this is my career, you know, this is my my life, this is my career, this is what I chose to do. So that's it, you know. And she went so far as to explain to her, you know, look, I made a few mistakes in my life, I'm correcting them now. So, you know, I think it was just all a misunderstanding and a little bit of she was young, you know. Remember when you were in your early 20s, eh, liberal?
Yes, nobody did shit on her.
No.
I could see the writing on the wall. If it was allowed to escalate,
yeah,
it
could have gone that way, eh, liberal?
Right.
Yeah,
that was more what I was worried about.
Gotcha. Well, you put it pretty quick, so.
Right. But I mean, either way, it's good to know. What I find fascinating is that I don't know of any cases where, like, a defendant, you know, who's on criminal trial or whatever, has been able to argue that because he or she grew up in a poor household, getting the fuck beat out of them, is the reason for their behavior or whatever the crime was.
Yeah, yeah.
But we do have a case of a child doing something and claiming affluenza. And didn't that person win the
I think so.
affluenza case?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, they did. I think I heard just recently.
Isn't that crazy? Affluenza.
Affluent. He's too
All right.
affluent.
Too spoiled.
Host.
Yeah.
I appreciate you having me up, but I got to get to work and make this paycheck to paycheck.
Hey, thanks, Joey. Enjoy the career, buddy.
Yeah, 11 years now at this one place. 20 years prior to that with another place. So yeah. But thanks for having me back, man. Kind of missed your show.
Yeah, I appreciate you being up, man. Good to see you.
All right, man. Everybody have a good day.
Have a good
Bye,
one, Joyce.
Joey. Maybe I was a little too harsh. That might have been me. I was probably the only one that, maybe. I'm sorry for that. I just don't like when I don't like the pretentiousness, like what do you do for work? Because it's like, okay, I'm 26. I thought I would have been a doctor by now. That's what I wanted to do, right? I had a child, but before that I also traveled throughout Central America for years. So it's like, I don't like people that think just because they have, a degree or a certain profession that they're better than other people that are just working normal jobs that make our world run. You know what I mean? Like, how have you even seen the world? Do you have any kids? You know what I mean? I'm sure she doesn't. Like, things change.
Yeah. Well, she expected everybody to what it was she expected everybody to be in her situation, right? And none of us were. So I can't speak for any of you fine folks, but I definitely wasn't. I grew up with like literally a dirt floor, so I was never in her situation. But she expects everybody to just like I said, she's looking through life in rose. She'll grow up, She's looking through life in it with a different set of lenses than we are, right? And she'll grow up and she'll grow wise and she'll understand,
Sorry, I'm getting reports that troops are on the ground. Somebody's saying troops are entering Iran.
Oh no!
And then 37 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know, but those poor soldiers, man.
37 minutes ago.
Put them in an unalive box, bro. What are we doing?
I just want to point out, like, there's already troops in Syria. There's troops all over the Middle East already. What makes Iran so different?
They're Houthis. That's the difference.
Wait, what makes Iran so different?
Who said that? Andre?
We already have troops in like 7 different countries. There's troops in Syria. There's troops in Yemen. What makes
they've
Iran
been wounded.
Let me show you. I can show you visually. I think you'll understand.
Afghanistan still. There's troops in Iraq still. My question is, what makes that so different than Iran?
Let me ask you.
Andre, do you know who the Houthis are?
Let me ask you.
Hold on, liberals talking. I understand who the Houthis are. I also know Hezbollah, and I know the Muslim Brotherhood. I know like 8 of them. What's the point?
Okay, so in what way are you saying that? In what way? In what way are you saying that it shouldn't be different? Are you meaning like the placement of troops, or the fact that there's a base there? You know what I mean. What to you is?
My point is,
confusing.
Why are these soldiers so poor versus the ones that are already over there, like the ones that are still in Syria, the ones that have been there for the last 10 years?
So
like
when
troops have never left the Middle East,
right?
But
Point.
Because no one's hitting the bees high.
These troops
because it wasn't on the news. That's why
these troops are gonna be going into Iran. That's what we're talking about. Troops that are going into. Yeah, but what makes that
so different than all the other countries where troops already are?
Okay, I'm glad I asked you. Let me show you. I'll show you. It'll take a map. I mean,
if you're just going to show me a different country, that's really not different.
No.
Because, we've had troops in Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq for the last 10 years.
Okay.
Apples and oranges, Andre. Apples and oranges. Well, look at the map.
So look at this, look right? There is, in this area, there's a very narrow strip that boats can go through, right?
Right.
And once you get in here, Karg Island is what they're wanting to go to. I think it's here. Yeah, Karg Island right here. Right. It even has
oil infrastructure.
Yep, has an airport. Well, hold on. I'm going to explain.
Why won't they just build a pipeline south?
Huh?
Why won't they just build a pipeline south? Then they won't have to go through the strait anymore.
Who?
You understand what I'm saying? They'd still be able to travel without having to go through the Strait of Hormuz.
Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? Come on.
I don't know, but I mean, it's going to take. It's going to take years and years and years and years and years to do. So, like, it doesn't matter what they could have done. It's not done. And so now they take ships through there for fertilizer and for oil, 20% of the world's oil, right? So we're here in this situation. Do you agree?
That 20% of the oil goes through there? Yes, I agree with
Yes. Okay. And so this being shut off causes a ripple effect across the entire world. We're on the same page with that?
Yes, I understand all that, but that's really not what's important.
So in order to open it up, though, right, in order to drive those prices back down, which is what Trump is intimating that he's going to do, right, he has to send troops in here. Yes?
Should we allow them to be able to control whether that strait's open or not?
Allow them? What do you mean allow them?
Their country.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
Because there's two countries that run it, not just one.
They're shutting down their portion because they were attacked, and they're only attacking the ships that attacked them.
So what are you going to do about it, Juice?
What am I going to do? I already did my time, brother.
No. Okay, so what is the United States going to do about it?
You're seeing what they're doing right now, brother.
Okay, and then your question was, why are these troops any different? And now we're right back to the same picture, right?
Why are these troops
whether they can or don't, whether they
why
should.
Do you care so much more? No, my question was, why do you care so much more about these troops than the troops that are already there? The troops that were in Syria, the troops that are in
Okay,
Syria,
now pay close attention. Pay real close attention, because the troops that are going into Iran are going to enter this spot on the map. You understand this? And now I want you to pay close attention. When they get in here, in this area right here, it's called an unalive box. They will be attacked from all sides. It is a suicide, a self-unaliving mission.
Yeah.
That's why we're concerned about these troops as opposed to somebody else in a base that they already left because Iran has hit those bases. For the record.
I disagree, but I had to go back to work, bud. Thanks for talking.
Sure.
You disagree? Okay, cool. He disagrees, everybody.
I don't think he has to go to work. I think he realized he didn't have a good response to that. Because that's why we're concerned about these troops. And we shouldn't be going in there in the first place.
Liberal. You hit the nail on the head. You said it perfectly. And
Why
you were
don't they
stating
care
facts,
about
not
the troops
opinions.
that are outside the... We do. Why are we sending more? That's what's happening now. We can't post hoc cry about something that happened. What are we talking about? You can't do this hypocrisy gotcha every freaking day and ignore what's happening in front of your eyes and gonna happen in the future. What are we doing? We're playing, the Democrats did this, so we could do that, right? It's like, no. No, we don't just ignore the future because of what happened in the past.
Exactly, Andre.
What happened in the past, by the way.
And whether or not we believe that, Iran should be allowed to control the strait, they can, and they will. That's their leverage.
Exactly, liberal.
Because from their perspective, stop bombing us. Right? That's their perspective. Stop bombing us. Stop attacking us.
That's all they ask for, yeah.
Right.
And what's our answer? What's Rubio's answer?
No.
They're not allowed to have a navy. They're not allowed to have missiles. They're not allowed to have uranium. They're not allowed to have... It's like, okay.
Yeah.
F off then. F off then. I just don't understand. We're not condoning the Iranian regime. We're saying, what are we doing over there? We put all our eggs in the Middle East. This is our fault. We put all our eggs into the petrodollar, not diversifying our assets or income like smart businesses should. Like that's why aren't we doing renewables? Oh, because because all the oil company barons haven't bought the energy companies yet. Then when they bought, just like tobacco bought vapes, they'll just wait until they get enough money to transition to energy, and they'll own all the renewable energy.
That's right.
They're just waiting. They're just waiting.
Yep.
That's all.
And it's
Andre,
just
you were
like
spot on, bud.
It's just like the pain management places that were doling out all of these prescription opioids now own and operate the fucking rehabilitation centers.
Yeah, they do.
Capitalism, baby.
Jeez.
Yep.
So you said troops are on the ground. Is that what you said? It's just this is so bad. This is so bad.
Well,
it's horrible.
so
I hope every one of them make it home.
We're getting reports that they are, and KK Caroline did a press conference like 37 minutes ago. It's like 33 minutes long, so I'm trying to find a way to kind of pick through that because I don't really want to watch the whole thing. But in order to find any information, I'd have to
good Lord
go through it. But it's let's see. I did get what the fuck is this called? Perplexity has where you can take a YouTube clip and post it in there and ask the AI questions from it. And if there's a transcript that's been uploaded, it can go through the transcript and tell you like where in the video. So from here it says
cool.
The briefing description. Let's see. Now this was really soon, so that transcript may not be available. White House holds it. Okay, I don't think it's available yet. So I'd have to hold on. Let me see if I can't.
I'm not getting anything on my main news feed here on my computer.
Yeah, but it is White House holds briefing as more U.S. troops near Iran for potential ground operation is the title of the press conference.
All I'm getting is a lot of shit like White House response to Trump's accusations of fake assassination, things like that.
The thing is, they're going to draft. They're going to do a draft, but how soon?
Yeah, well, they're going to have to, right? Because if you include the Houthis, they have 618,000 troops. Iran does so.
Bro, I'm going to jail. I ain't going to no war.
Yeah, I would never.
I'm going to jail. I'm about to make some new friends and learn how to play skates better.
Yeah.
All right, here, let me
How old
see
are
if
you, Andre? About 40?
What the fuck is that?
30.
Oh, I apologize. 30. Oh, yeah, they'll take you for sure.
Yeah, well, the
Cut your
Army
toe off or something.
Hey there, buddy.
increased it to 42. You can still sign up.
And someone said that.
Andre.
Someone said, or I heard that that's what they did in Ukraine before, they started. And we've seen the videos, right, of them snatching people up and sending them.
I think that was Russia, but maybe Ukraine did it too. Russia definitely stopped all the men from leaving Russia when the
They both are
special operation started.
Yeah, this is a whole different can of worms, though. We're talking
they
about
need all the men.
The most powerful military in the world versus probably the most versatile. So this is a big one.
Powerful military needs a draft. That's crazy. How are we the most powerful, but also we're out of people and we need more people?
Well, yeah, right, Rondre. In the sense that if the USA wanted to, they could stop this. I'll call it a conflict for TikTok purposes. They could end this conflict in 5 seconds if they wanted to. You know how. That's what when people say the most powerful, Andre, that's what they're referring to.
Release the P-tape.
Oh, God. I don't even think that would do anything.
Release the P-tape.
Honestly.
They'd be like,
that's AI.
That's AI.
Right. That's why they want to put so much money in it. So when all the bad stuff actually comes out, they could just claim AI and move on with their lives.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Anything. Even if there was video of Trump with like a fucking, 11-year-old. That's what they would say. That's AI.
Let me ask you this, guys.
That's a Democrat.
Let me generally ask you this. if you start explaining metadata to a general person, will they just fall asleep as soon as you start talking about it? Because that's exactly the conversation we'll have to start. No, but the metadata of this video says that it was actually real, and this video was, and then we'll sound like the people with Charlie Day with the sticky notes on the, you know.
That's funny. Now my computer is starting to go slow. Are you all seeing a delay in my video?
Well, I don't.
Liberal, what I got here is Trump is set. He's set to put in 72 hours. He's set to put troops in if Iran doesn't respond with what Trump wants to hear. So 72 more hours, and then they'll be sent in.
Well, maybe we'll get a Lego video before that happens.
Yeah, could be.
Have you guys seen the
I'm not gonna lie, they're
propaganda
out.
video?
They're out. Yeah, they're killing us with
Yes.
or
And
unaliving us with the AI. Like they are putting out like historic level music video trolls. Like I have never seen AI used like this before. It's incredible.
It's funny you bring that up, Andre, because you know what the ironic thing is the rest of the world, for some reason, besides the Gulf nations, seemed to think before this all went down that Iran was some kind of stick and stone throwing nation, and that they had absolutely no technology at all.
At Vistaprint, we print signs. So
it turns out that they have more technology than we do in the West.
Yeah, that's what I hopped up here to say. They're not Iraq. They're not Syria.
No, they're not. No.
I like your shirt, by the way, Tim. That's a nice.
Oh, this
the
here?
black and
I actually got this in Gulfport on my 25th anniversary. It was a really good fucking. It was
See what Mel says? Tehran is a very beautiful and very rich place. Been there a few times. Yeah, it's a sophisticated place.
Now,
it's impossible to take. It's such a stupid idea to think that we can take on literal Persia. Like it's so stupid.
Right.
Literal Persia.
Yeah, let me play this.
Like they've defeated the Greeks and the Romans, guys.
C-SPAN put this 3-minute clip up, and I'd like to see what it is. And then Dylan, I'd sent you a request because I did want to hear your thoughts on it. But let's watch this real quick. I don't know what it says. It could be shit, but it's a clip from C-SPAN. So
country
let's
to
see.
celebrate Holy Week. With respect to the ongoing
God, I
major
can barely
combat
hear it.
operations
Hold
in
on.
Iran. Operation Epic Fury is moving ahead successfully and according to plan. With each passing day, the United States military is increasing its advantage over the terrorist Iranian regime. More than 11,000 enemy targets have been struck to date, each strike further crippling the regime's offensive and defensive capabilities and creating more leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels. The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus
thought it
far,
was 90%.
significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the skies and have asserted air dominance over Iran, completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. The United States is conducting more intense, targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing day to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements of the regime become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table while they still can. Despite all of the public posturing you hear from the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing and going well. What is said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. If the Iranians reject this golden opportunity, the greatest military in the history of the world continues to stand by to provide President Trump with every option available to ensure this regime continues to pay a grave price. One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury.
So basically a bunch of bullshit lying. They said it was 90%. We had reduced their capacity by 90%. Now it's 70%. They can't even keep track of their own fucking lives.
You know, I'm waiting for her to name one Iranian terrorist because I've never seen one.
Yeah.
Let me ask
I was
a
just
question
thinking
there.
that.
She said we have struck 11,000 targets. Now wait, she later goes on to say we have conducted 11,000 flights over and I'm like, what? Are they just reusing that number over and over again?
What
is it one strike per flight? Aren't you shooting from the ships? Like, is that not a thing? Are you not what is? I don't understand what she's trying to get. Doesn't it sound like an abuser? Like talking to your it's like they want to come back, but they got to do a deal with me first. But they're totally into it, but they haven't agreed to it, and I'm just not sure. Like that's what it feels like she's talking like.
Yeah,
I'm a therapist. That's a great comparison.
It's total horseshit. I mean, these people are full of themselves, and it's you can feel the ego. Like, oh, look, no, really, we're winning. Look, even though in Oklahoma they're paying $5 a gallon in some places for fucking gas, we're winning. Like it's this beat your chest diplomacy.
Wait, but it's
bullshit.
okay because Trump said that he expected it to be higher. So you should be grateful that it's not higher. So be happy with your $5, you little pleb. Like that's exactly
what makes it worse is that Iran has laid down their demands for this. In order for if they want peace talks, they have laid down their demands.
And get the fuck
public,
out.
It's on the internet. Iran has two demands for this to stop. One is stop assassinating our people, the head of our offices. So stop sending in the assassins and unaliving our people, our regime. And number two, or whatever you want to call it, regime, commanders, presidents, kings, queens, whatever. And number two is to stop bombing us. Just leave us alone. That's it. That's all they want. They want to be left alone and they want to stop being assassinated. And they'll stop.
Well, if he tries to
again and
actually invade, that's going to be a mistake. I mean, I feel sorry for the parents of soldiers because it's literally, I mean, it's a self-unaliving issue.
Trap. It's a death trap.
Yeah. My dad was Army and my uncle was Air Force. And I can't remember how many times they kept, talking about Vietnam and what a mistake it was. World War II was an honorable war. Vietnam wasn't. And I think this is more on the lines of Vietnam,
I agree.
I think it's going to be worse than Vietnam. I've been saying that.
We have alcoholic, booger sugar snorting nationalists, white tea nationalists, sending in young children who just think that they're getting a paycheck and this is what we have to do because terrorism. Like that's it. Right. Nothing further.
Yeah,
I'll check y'all later. You have a great day, you guys.
Yeah, take it easy, man.
Care,
thanks for being up. Now, Dylan, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. That's why I sent you the request. I appreciate it, man. You're welcome to
yeah, talk. I mean, if you have a question specifically, or if you just want me to give my generalized
just general
thoughts and views.
Yeah, just your general thoughts.
Hi, Dylan.
Fucking crazy.
How's it going, Full Blood? Well, you know me, liberal. You guys, I think a couple of you know me. My overall thoughts is, who the fuck gave the United States, first of all, the right to play the Moral Superiority Act? I think it's a collective opinion at this point around the globe that the United States is one of the biggest terrorist groups currently, and in modern society dating back. And I think a lot of the world is sick and tired of looking at the United States playing this victim act like they're being attacked when we know the history of the Middle East. We know the implementation of the Shah that led to entire generations of hatred towards the United States for their involvement in the Middle East. And so when we're debating this topic about Iran, I don't think it's about support or non-support for the Iranian regime. I think it's a collective agreement at this point that we as progressives do not support the Iranian regime. But I think it's also a collective agreement that we don't support the United States continuing to go into areas destabilizing the governments and just essentially creating a cycle of repeated regimes. That's kind of my overall general opinion, is the United States needs to maybe prioritize focusing on their own citizens for once in history. And maybe while they're at it, since we're on topics of war, maybe ask the veterans, the ones that are serving, the ones that are no longer serving. I think their voices are extremely prevalent and important going forward into whether or not the United States should be going into war with other countries. I believe who better to gauge the opinion of than the people that you're going to be sending to sacrifice their lives, right? And if they don't want to go, then you guys shouldn't be going. And I think it's kind of weird to me that you guys don't have a system of gauging overall viewpoints within your veterans units to actually establish whether or not your own soldiers want to go and fight these wars. It's fighting for the rich and the powerful.
Amen, Dylan.
Yeah, but we could obviously talk about this for hours if you guys want.
Yeah. No,
I mean, I don't disagree, man.
I'd like to reframe the America First movement as our movement, where we keep our money here at home and we stop supporting the deaths of foreign agents and foreign entities.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, it's pretty sad that the people who made that their platform lied and then turned it into, let's see how we can meddle around the world and fuck over the Americans after running on doing what's best for Americans. It's and then to have MAGA come up here and act like this is what they voted for. Who was that earlier? Popcorn? Was it Popcorn that said that? This is what we voted for? Dude, no, it's not.
Yeah.
No.
Unless you knew he was lying the whole time. What?
No, nobody would have gauged this. They voted for lower cost eggs and borders and anti-immigration and anti-women's rights. That's what they voted for. They didn't vote for fucking funding wars in the Middle East.
No.
But the thing is, it's sad to watch them and see how much they're in the cult, because to watch them go from no new wars, we got to stop with the war, we got to get out of the Middle East, those 20-year wars, and then to switch as soon as Trump tells them, and just to watch them as a collective and individuals on panels, and it's like, dude, you did not support this until he told you to, and it's crazy. We are really dealing with a cult. I feel like when people say it gets overlooked, but it's literally what it is,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, politics isn't something you should once you've gathered your opinion. Yes, we progress and we change our minds eventually and stuff, but Republicans, specifically the MAGA party, they're willing to sway their mindset and their support for Trump, depending on what he does, they'll find an excuse for it, which just isn't normal when it comes to politics. You're supposed to have an opinion and you're supposed to stick with it. If you're anti-fucking war and you voted for anti-war and not continuing to fund wars in the Middle East, how the hell, in a matter of 1 year, are you able to completely flip your mindset to be pro-war to the point where you're defending the unaliving of 180 schoolgirls being bombed? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but Daddy McTaco Tits told them that in order to get peace, you had to go to war. And they were like, yes, Captain Bone Spurs, we'll go to war for you, but not my kids. Their kids. Send the Democrats.
Do you all remember Do you remember how disrespectful Trump was towards John McCain?
Yes.
I'll never forget that.
Disgusting.
Me either.
And
because
Graham's supposed to be his best friend. didn't stick up for him. Now he's sucking Trump. So you know what? Graham makes me sick.
Did you guys hear about that? The one person running, he's saying that he's going to draft a bill to draft Lindsey Graham, I think it was.
Good, he deserves
so
it.
funny.
That maybe that should be what it is. Like if you support the war, we're going to draft a bill that says you got to go over there and fucking fight, or your fucking kids, man, or get out.
I wish, but you know what they'll do? They'll try to appeal to the low poverty demographic of people, because those tend to be the ones that are promised money and financing and support if they sign up for the military. They'll go after the minority groups first to give up their lives.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for sure.
Well, and I can't even say that low poverty people in the United States is a minority group at this point. It's debatably the majority. So
it was Lindsey Graham. Montana Senate candidate says he'll introduce bill to draft Graham if elected. Long shot libertarian candidate. Senator, I'm running for U.S. Senate. If elected, the first bill I will introduce will draft Lindsey Graham into any conflict he publicly supports while in office. Tom Jandron wrote in a post on X. That's fucking funny. I mean, it'll never happen, but it's pretty hilarious. I mean, they've been trolling us for years. Why not get him back, right? I mean, and besides, he'll be surrounded by a bunch of men. I think Lindsey Graham will be okay with that.
Right.
Right.
I guess I'm just also fascinated in if at this point Democrats get power again in the future, how Republicans will find a way to spin the ramifications of what they're causing now to be the Democrats' fault later. And I think it's important we note that now, because it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. And I think it's important that we hold Republicans accountable for everything that's caused in the future at this point, in terms of the wars and the trade barriers and the redistribution of alliances that we're seeing now because of the lack of trust towards the United States. Even as a Canadian, like there's a huge conversation we need to have about the long-term effects of what Trump's causing at this point.
Well, if a Democrat takes over, right, and the economy is fucking trashed, immediately they'll be like, oh, this is so-and-so's economy. Because that's what they did before, like immediately. During C-19. I mean, within a fucking hour, I saw people doing that. Of course, they were trolling, but then, you inherit something that's going downhill, and then all of a sudden you get blamed for the thing you inherited. That's what they'll do. And they have no shame. We have become, without a single factory opening, we've become the pretzel capital of the world. We now have more pretzels per capita than any country in the world. So, their shame allows them to just say whatever. They don't care. It's clear to me. Of course, I don't know. I'm starting to see less and less MAGA. I really am. Like it's hard. Mm-hmm. It's hard to come by them anymore, especially when they're paying fucking $5 a gallon at the pump. That's all they give a shit about.
They're definitely hiding under the rocks, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're like.
Well, you know what? What I'm worried about more, the Liberal, than even this, the price of gas is nothing. That's the least of our concerns. Very, very little petroleum/oil even goes into gas, right? Most of it goes into manufacturing, as you're aware. And what? That hasn't even hit us yet. That's it's going to take about another year and a half for that to even hit us, for it to affect us. Everything's going to go up in price because of this. Like I said, oil is in literally everything we have, we use, everyday items. From clothes to, hygiene products to even dishes, everything has oil in it, it's made with oil. And all that is going to go up. And we're definitely, so like when Dylan said it's going to affect us, it is going to affect us. It's definitely going to affect us. And it's going to take a while to happen. The gas prices happen almost immediately, but the worst thing, which is all other products going up in price, right? It's going to take time, but it will eventually affect us, and we're going to be paying more for everything.
Well, easy analogy. We're all one big neighborhood, The United States has decided to intentionally burn their house down, and in the process, they lit their lawn on fire, which is now burning everybody else's houses down.
Yeah.
So, of course, there needs to be accountability towards the United States for what they're going to cause in terms of everybody else in the neighborhood, right? And the ramifications we're going to have to face. So, you have to use easy picture analogies for Republicans to understand, you know.
And somebody needs to go around and put the "I did that" stickers all over the place. Now, this is premium, but some vehicles require it. Sadly, my truck does. And this was taken 2 or 3 days ago in Oklahoma. And this is unheard of. In Oklahoma. That's nuts. I mean,
that's about what we pay, eh, Dylan?
Yeah, I grew up
yeah, about depending on where you are.
Yeah, well, I mean, in Oklahoma, you're used to, $350 at the max. Now it's almost fucking even for premium. It's usually around $330. Fucking wild. It's wild.
So I have a question. Do you think, and this is such a very long shot, that not the mega that we deal with on the streets, not the mega, talking about the Republicans in the Congress and maybe Senate too, they see what's going on. They're not doing anything about it because they're afraid. But after the midterms, do you think that they're just going to be like, thank God? Like if there's a big enough seismic shift in the makeup of Congress and the Senate, and let's say that I could pretty much guarantee that we're going to take the House. The Senate is still very iffy. It's always been iffy. But if there's that shift, do you think, because we all know when Democrats get in control, there's going to be articles of impeachment for a lot of people in this cabinet. Do you think that the Republicans will just think of it as, this is our way out?
I don't think so.
No. I mean, it's wishful thinking.
I hope that you're right,
I mean, I think like that, just like they're looking for a way out. Like, we're not going to be the ones to do it, but
maybe the higher IQ ones.
Yeah, well, I mean, because here's the thing, like, this is, you're getting into lame duck territory, basically. Trump can't legally run again. And so you would naturally start to see people breaking away from the president because somebody has to run, right? And so they're going to have to make a name for themselves. And you would start seeing this already, right? Them starting to disagree or a little bit. And we're not really seeing any of that. The people that are currently disagreeing, aside from two, Marjorie Taylor Greene and
Massey.
Thomas Massey.
But Massey has always been there, though. He's always been there, right? He's always, disagreed when he felt it was necessary. But Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Lauren Boebert, she's against the war.
Yeah, Nancy Mace is now. Yeah, of course, the war is a little different in terms of like just policy wise. Like it's I'm talking just general policy. So because I'm not seeing that, I don't think that they will. I don't think they'll get behind impeachment. I don't think.
But I mean, we never thought we'd get Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene on our side too. You know what I mean?
I never knew that I wanted them.
I still don't think I wouldn't say it's safe to say they're on your side yet.
Well, but you get what I'm saying, right?
No,
and action follows energy.
Like they might actually be plants, if anything. Like they might be intentionally paid to make people sway towards them, just to take even more votes away from the Democrats in the future.
I think they're just disgruntled. Myself, they're not real truly on our side. They're just disgruntled. At the
money talks, right? Money talks.
They have a.
Oh, go ahead. I just want to follow up real quick with what MBW was saying. I want to believe what you're saying is true because, action follows energy. When energy shifts, movements start, we're gaining momentum with the No Kings movement. At the end of the day, it's all intertwined, the anti-war movement, the No Kings movement, the class warfare, which is really what this all comes down to. And I think that once the energy, spring is coming, summer's coming, there's going to be energy, especially if our troops, if our boys are going over there. Best believe once that energy shifts, action does follow it. And we have to have hope, guys. That's the only thing we have left is hope.
And see, and here, I know for a fact that they have seen the images from Saturday. The large crowds that turn out. They don't look at it as like, oh, people are turning out. No, they're looking at how many of those people are pissed off Republicans, and those are our votes. That's what secures me sitting in this seat. So that's why I'm like, look, I'm not putting stock in it. I'm not saying I'm 100% behind this idea. It was a random thought to be like, maybe they're just looking for a way out. And them just kind of like, if it happens, it happens, and maybe we can get behind it if it happens, and it's not going to be our fault.
I mean, but they have a way out, do they not? Is their way out not to get together with the Democrats, file a form of impeachment towards the president of the United States? That is their way out. If they're against this, instead of just waiting and essentially like allowing Donald Trump to do what he's doing right now, I find them to be, in a sense, just as bad, whether or not they're seeking a way out, right?
I think we're kind of missing what I'm saying. Not before the midterms, because we don't know. There are seats that we could think like, oh my God, it's going to turn blue, and then it doesn't turn blue. Look at how many times Ted Cruz won. We think that, Beto will work and everything, they're doing great. They've got this momentum, and Talarico's got he's got all the moves, and he says the right things. And then all of a sudden, we still get Ted Cruz.
Well, and here's the thing, like, if Republicans were worried about the midterms and they're seeing their trajectory, the way to win is to go against Trump. Really, that's the way for them to win.
But you know what?
I think that they know something that we don't, and they know that Donald Trump is going to try and do something to either stay in power or fuck the elections up or whatever the case is. And so they're afraid. They're still afraid.
Yeah, I was going to say that, but I didn't want you guys to think that I'm a lunatic. Like, that's what I think.
It's not lunacy.
No,
I mean, the guy's come out and said, he's come out and said they're going to fuck with the erections.
There's no pushback.
And by God, as a man, you don't fuck with erections. Okay?
Something's going on.
I was going to ask you guys if you thought that they were scared, because I think they're scared.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
And also remember how they came out and said, I am not Shmua Schmeidel and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Do you guys remember that?
They are, Carson. They're very intimidated by Trump.
They came out and they were like, I am not a harm to myself, or blah, blah. They made their statement.
Yeah,
and Dylan,
this
thank you for getting that joke. Dylan may be the only one.
I did get the joke. I did.
This being Trump's last term, there should be way more pushback, because they want to save they should be trying to save their hides right now.
Right.
And so there should be a lot more pushback, but there's absolutely none. There's only like those selected few. So something's definitely Trump's got something cooking in the pot.
And that little glimmer of, in that little glimmer of hope, would you really say that's in your game plan? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, we'll go along with you and we'll just make it so they win, but this is our way out. So I'm not going to rock the boat. I'm not going to say anything. But, I mean, because we don't know what is said in the halls of Congress. We don't know conversations between, staffers and other, between Democrats. We just don't know those conversations. We can pry. We can get our independent reporters out there. They're just not going to talk. But, when they're sitting in their office and it's just them, I had this just crazy thought that they're thinking like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's like,
well, here's the
what are we
thing.
doing
Like,
here?
we know that the AI bros that are, supporting Trump, and Trump is clearly supporting them. I mean, they're wanting to replace teachers with fucking robots. I mean, geez, we're seeing he's integrating them into the government and all factors of life, right? And we also know that they have the ability to monitor everybody's fucking phone calls, everybody's emails, everybody's text messages, and their personal lives. If they're talking to ChatGPT or whatever the fuck in offering information in ChatGPT, Sam Altman knows that this is Senator or this is so-and-so. Now you have a bunch of compromising material on everybody. And Donald Trump will absolutely, if he had it, would use it. So there's a distinct possibility that he has shit on them, and they know that he has shit on them.
I believe it. I believe it's possible.
Yep.
It's very possible, and that's not a conspiracy theory. That's a very factual opinion, if you will. I believe you're correct on that one, liberal.
It's possible.
Dirt on those. He's got dirt on them. They're sitting in their offices like that woman, like that lady said. I apologize. I forget your name. Whoever was speaking there. I think it was MBW. Like they're sitting in their office saying, "Oh, what the hell are we doing, man? What's going on here?"
And that was me. I mean, those are just crazy thoughts that I had in my head. Like, because if it was me and I'm getting the threat of you're going to primary if you say shit against me and blah 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 blah, and it's like I want to keep my job because I believe in what I'm doing, but on the other hand, it's like what the fuck.
Yeah,
I'm just not saying anything, and I'm just going to go along for the ride until we know that the Democrats are going to take control, and that's my way out.
But like liberal was saying, right? This goes beyond just a threat of a primary threat. This is like if Trump's spying on them, he's got real dirt on them. Dirt that can actually hurt them, not just primary them, but actually hurt them in life. Affect their family, friends, et cetera, right?
Yeah,
and I don't put it past
part of the Epstein files. That he has
but
access to.
They've also seen the redacted files, right?
Some of them have,
I think that, right. So I think some of them, of course, are in them, and others have seen it
recently because of a stupid
it's monstrous, So they're going to be terrified about, obviously no one's naming any names or anything, but because these people unalive you left and right. They unalive anyone who, you know what I mean?
Anyone,
Accidents happen, as they say.
Lib, I have to collect the boys, so I just popped up quickly to say great show again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And to the panel, but also to remind people that these people aren't thinking like that. They've been quite clear, like on the streets, on podcasts, in the radicalizing spaces, to say that there will not be another president like this, or as you've known before. There will not be putting in your vote as ever you knew it before. The likes of Elon has gone around the world preaching it, and they haven't stopped preaching that rhetoric to their followers, which is why they're so bold in saying Trump 28. It's the Trump regime that's been put in place already. That's how these ideological monopolizing bastards are thinking, whether it's right or wrong, whether it will happen or won't happen. That's what they're planning on. They're not actually planning on the finalization of this project ending in you guys having the democratic vote as you've known it at all.
Right.
And all of their actions speak as going towards that. So just wanted to add that, and I'll keep listening, but I'm going to teleport and get the boys. Thank you so much for the show, Liv.
Yep. Thank you, Hecate. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Now, I want to play this clip real quick. I don't know exactly what it says. I think I know what it says, but let me play it real quick.
Come out recently because the military is building a big complex under the ballroom, which has come out recently because of a stupid lawsuit that was filed.
but the military is building a massive complex under the ballroom, and that's under construction, and we're doing very well. So we're ahead of schedule. That's part of it. The ballroom essentially becomes a shed for what's being built under the military, including from drones and including from any other thing. The military is building a big complex under the ballroom, which has come out recently.
So dude was lying. That's why it was so fucking expensive.
Right.
And look at this. You're going to use taxpayer dollars and then
I know. Hey,
hide a fucking bunker
so much.
and then bitch about, it came out in a lawsuit. Bitch, that's our money. Okay?
Yeah, I know.
That's
by the
our
time
bunker.
Trump's done, you
Do
guys
you
are going to
honestly
be 45 trillion in debt.
He's
unbelievable.
I seen that earlier. It was going to. I'm like, first of all, like, okay. I don't. He could say good morning, and I would be like questioning it.
Like, is it night? Is it nighttime? Yeah.
Really? At 2:00 in the afternoon when the sun is shining. And his believers would be like, absolutely, it's triple daylight, 5 times over savings time. So yes, it's nighttime.
Yeah, and what is this, like a nuclear bunker?
Yeah,
I think so, liberal. I think that's what he was referring to. Isn't there already one? Well, there's obviously got to be already a presidential bunker.
And I thought we were opposed to building military structures under houses.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, that's a great point.
I mean, there's a lot of people that live in the White House that aren't just fucking Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not Melania.
And here's the thing, even if Donald Trump wasn't president, he could still run this country if somebody, was in office and he was threatening them and basically doing what Putin did.
Yeah.
He may not be the leader, but he's the leader.
Well, we just put our faith in flats.
Yeah, these midterms are vital, but my hope has basically dwindled to like 0.001% chance that we come out of this in one piece.
Don't put it out in the universe. Don't put it out.
You think so, liberal?
Yeah, I mean, they purged in the last election. They purged millions of votes, right? You can Greg Palast he's basically his whole shtick for all the time that I've known him is elections, electioneering, election fraud, things they do, purging, that sort of thing. He did a documentary, I can't remember the name of it, I'll pull it up here in a second, but basically they right before the election they had passed laws that would allow anybody to question the registration of anybody in the state. And they had one person, questioning 20,000 plus people.
Yeah.
One person. So now, because of this law, if there's no response to a letter that may have been sent, whatever, then they get purged, right? And so we're talking, in all the states where, he needed to win that he won, this shit was happening. In these like swing states or whatever Republicans that were in charge of. And so you couple that shit, those shenanigans, with putting ICE or whoever the fuck at the polling places on election day. Yeah, they'll just arrest you. If you have dark skin, they'll fucking arrest you.
It's unbelievable, man.
Right. Not to mention all the people that won't be able to vote because they don't have money to get a passport, and you know what I mean?
Right. So it won't be so overt, right? It's not going to be, you can't vote, you can't do this or whatever. You do just enough to suppress the people that you believe are going to vote against you. Now, the hope that's left is the fact that he's pissed even his own base off, right? to the point where they're like, we've got to do something. So it may be so overwhelming against this crap that it won't matter. But I don't know, because, it's still, even in these seats where Democrats are taking it, they're taking it by, 2 to 5 percentage points, which you could purge away or arrest.
Liberal, did you see the video of Mike Johnson on the hot mic when he was caught saying, "Oh, that'll be great for us"? Have you seen it?
In what? No, what was the context?
About the, what they're anticipating, how much less voting there's going to be, basically.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The SAVE Act. Right. Yeah, and Republicans
and Mike Johnson was like, "Oh, that's going to be great for us."
Right. Yeah, and Republicans have long known that the fewer people show up, the better it is for them. Mm-hmm. I mean, this has been their tactic. This is why you get the voter purges and you get all this stupid shit and the, do what?
Can't it come back to bite them, though, considering a huge percentage of Republican voter base is rural? And might have a harder time as a result of these kind of things actually going out to vote for the Republican Party? Can't it go against... can't it end up biting them in the ass? Isn't there a potential?
It could, but historically it hasn't, right? It's never come back to bite them when they engaged in these tactics, and they've been doing it my whole life. It's real subtly, subtly, like the gerrymandering shit, the purging of the votes. So Vigilantes, Inc. is the name of the documentary. You guys should go watch it. It's, Greg Palast put it out there. It's free. You can watch it. It's free. And he's been I've heard of this guy since 2003 was the first time I'd heard his name. And he's been doing it ever since. That's what he does. He focuses on elections. So he's an expert in this stuff. And he's got all the numbers. And when he runs the numbers, Kamala would have won had those people not been purged. And they were purging fucking veterans and shit. I think one of them was like a corporal or a fucking general or something. Yeah, so what they do is when they find the voter rolls, if you sound black or Hispanic, you get purged. And it's very effective because generally speaking, those people will vote for the Democrat. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, because think about it. You take your big cities, they're generally blue, right? Cities are diverse and blue. So when you send those people into the polling places and you've whittled down the polling places so that the lines are huge and you get it going down the block, well, you got ICE sitting back there grabbing up everybody that's of color. I mean, it's possible. Nadia's like, think positively. Look, I'm a realist. If you don't expect it to happen, you'll be surprised. Don't catch yourself with your pants down, I
feel like they can't win fairly this time or last time. And
for sure.
I think Trump tells on himself, when he said, "Oh, Elon, with the machines, I couldn't have done it without him," It's
right.
How do we make sure they don't do this again? Because we all know what they did and what we can't say on TikTok.
We have to take control of the states. That's the most important. Now, I mean, it's, I would argue it might be too late for that, but that was one of the most important things. And that was one of the biggest pushes within the Republican Party, was taking over the states. And they did it. They have, a lot of the states, they run the legislatures in the states and the governorships. So, I mean, hell, they could, theoretically pass their own constitutional amendments via the states. So, and I think that was their goal. They didn't quite get there, but, that was one of their goal, constitutional convention.
I think it's interesting. A lot of MAGA have really low IQ collectively. I just want to say that.
We're the smartest people in America. What are you talking about?
Well, I think it's well known that their families don't prioritize education nearly as much as they prioritize the workforce, right? Especially in rural areas. Farming, agricultural, manufacturing, these kind of things are hugely vital for smaller rural conservative areas to even sustain themselves. So you hear that a lot from conservatives. Don't trust the education systems. They're teaching propaganda in the education systems.
Yeah.
A lot of them are
It's true,
homeschooled.
yeah.
A lot of them are very anti-education.
Yeah.
Now, I heard a female was, live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Oh, what did we do this time? Reason, misinformation that may cause moderate harm. I think it was actually the name of the documentary. I've seen somebody's live get taken down over that, and I actually realized it right after I said it, but it was too late. Yeah, they don't like that documentary, but seriously, go watch it. It's fucking, yeah.
You know what? Yeah, you know what scares me the most about MAGA, and it truly is to all of us, not just to USA folks, but to everybody. What truly scares me the most about MAGA, and I can't get it off my mind, is that Trump has given them validation to be racist, homophobic, misguided, sexist, and they're all of the above. And now they think in their minds, and I don't know if this if this is an intelligence situation or what it is, but in their minds they think it's okay to behave this way because Trump told them it's okay to behave this way.
Right. It enables.
And exactly, and this is what frightens me the most about it, because they become a threat. They're more than just a following. They're more than just a cult. They become a threat with these ideologies. And I don't know how Trump got away with doing this, or how he can get away with doing this, but it's disgusting and it's got to stop, because those things that they are, the megas, the things that I mentioned that mega are, is not okay. They just think it's okay now. They've always been that way. It's in their nature. They just come out now in the open and admitted to it because Trump said it's okay to come out and
And this is
okay
it.
to let the world know you're racist. It's okay to let the world know you're homophobic, and whatnot, et cetera, et cetera. And this is what bothers me the most about MAGA.
Yeah, Army Major got vigilanted. Somebody had asked for the name. Sorry, I didn't want to keep it up there too long, but that was the name.
Netflix? Is it on Netflix?
No, I think you can actually just go to. I don't want to say the name now.
I know.
I think it has its own. I know when it first came out, it had its own website.
Hello, I'm Mark.
Let's see.
Sheen. Now, you may or may not be shocked to learn that there is a real threat to the 2024
Okay, so
election,
you can find
but
Greg
I can
Palast
guarantee-
on YouTube, and it's on YouTube.
Okay,
The full documentary you can find on YouTube for free. When he released it for free. Yeah, he's quite a character. I love his hats too, by the way. You may see some similarities there. Totally coincidental, but anyway, yeah, it's like it really paints the picture of how, and it's legal what they're doing. And by taking over the states and having that kind of control to pass laws that allow you to do those little, things, you basically like nickel and diamond the voters out of the way to your ends. And I think we're going to see even more of that come around. But
Now can we stop paying? Like, this is the scenario that I brought up to somebody I was talking to. Can I stop my employer from taking federal taxes out of my check?
You can put that you have like 27 dependents, and they'll, I don't know what the percentage would be, but it would effectively stop you from paying it. But you'll owe at the end of the year.
Yeah, because I told somebody, I said, so if I figure out what the percentage of federal taxes are taken out of my check, and let's say it's $50, so I take the $50 and I put it into an account, and I just leave it there, and that's my payback account. So when everything is said and done, and they come to me and they say, well, you owe us such and such, there you go.
Right. Effectively, you could do that and just pay what you owe instead of overpaying and then getting, refund back or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my refunds are only like $300. So it's like, it's not like I'm getting the earned income. You know, like when I had my kids were younger, I was getting the earned income and I was getting this.
Right.
And we would be like, well, no. Now it's because it's just me. It's like, well, here's a couple $100. Have a great day.
Shit, I haven't gotten a refund in a long time.
I know, right?
And prior to COVID, they'd been taking our entire refund checks for student loans.
For no refund at all, or maybe $200, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if everybody did that, they'd only be able to get money once a year, basically, instead of as it comes in. Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah.
But if you don't pay your taxes, they will throw you in jail.
I know.
Which sure will.
You know,
it was a nice little fuck you to the government. But
yeah. Plus, you can put that money into a savings account, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Put it in a savings account.
Right, and you'll get a little bit of that just from the fucking interest rates, or use it to.
Because at the end of the year, when they come to me and they say, "Oh, well, you owe us $3,000," okay, so I go to the account. I just here's your $3,000.
I don't know. It would be kind of funny to watch Americans just collectively stop paying their taxes. What is the government going to do? Throw 70, 150 million people in jail? I don't think so. I don't think they have the jail space for that.
Well,
are they really going to throw us in jail though if we don't
If you all collectively, I can't see it. But
if everybody does it collectively, I mean, they can't put you all in jail at once, but they can subpoena you to go into court, and then you'll have to deal with that plus court costs, plus, you know what I mean? And that would happen over time. And see, Trump would probably love that because he's trying to bog down the courts anyway.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons he's doing all his fucking shenanigans that ends up in the courts.
Because you could take that amount that you have in savings account, open a checking account, and say, "Here's a check. There you go. Your Majesty, your Honor. Here's what I owe."
I don't know. I would say if you could delay the courts by overloading them from doing good, you should be able to do the same from them doing bad.
Right.
I mean, that's true. It's look, I don't know what that looks like because it's never happened, and I'm not sure that you'd get 70 million people on board with it. You're like, we're all gonna do it, and everybody's like, yeah, we're gonna do it.
And it's like 200 people do it,
and then all of you go to jail.
Here's the thing: you get a petition, go to the next No Kings rally, and you have everybody going, "Oh, we never thought about that." Set up a booth at the next No Kings rally and explain it to them, and they'll be like, "Oh."
But put it in a credit union. Don't put it in a fucking fuck these banks, man.
Yeah.
These banks can eat a dick.
Yeah.
Yuck.
I mean, it would be fun to watch because they would be like, "Where's all the taxes?" Well, no one's paying their taxes, sir.
They would just They would just borrow more from China.
Yeah, or Saudi.
Or Saudi. Yeah, or they just print more. Be like, that's okay. That's more Trump signatures for us.
Sir, we ran out of paper.
Did you guys see? Sorry, but did you see where he wants to put his name on the dollar bill now? Is that a real? Oh my! I can't. We're living in a South Park episode.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I'd take a Sharpie to it. Cross it out.
That'll be funny. You'll start seeing people go to jail for defacing currency, which you're not technically allowed to do. Oh my God. I mean, that wouldn't be funny, but that it wouldn't surprise me either. Blue-eyed. Why is that a priority? That's an excellent question. Or the fucking bunker, for that matter. And here's the thing: if that's a nuclear bunker, then the moment he started, he knew he was going to invade Iran. That's what that tells me. Of course, I think that he knew that he was going to invade Iran in his first term.
I think he works for Israel, and that he knew all along that this is exactly, he literally works for Israel. That's what we have to understand.
Yep. Yep. And for what purpose? Who knows? But like
Jared Kushner is good buddies with Yahoo, and he's the one running that whole thing. So I can't figure out if it's like compromising material or just money, or I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts?
I think it's because they all run in the same circle. They're all part of the Epstein class. You know, I think they literally are all friends, and he's compromised, but he also is in on it.
Operation Epstein Fury. To Ash Hole. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When he was a kid, he would stay over with Netanyahu.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
they've been Kushner. Friends his whole life. So it makes sense why he sent him over there as the Middle East, whatever the fuck he called himself in the first term. And think of that, like the fact that Kushner marries into the Trumps, that wasn't an accident, right?
It's never an accident with these people.
Right, and then that begs the question, Erica Kirk.
Right. She's one of them.
She's his handler. I know we're getting into conspiracy territory here, but I'm sorry, there's no these people are crazy like this.
Yeah, there's a little truth in every conspiracy.
Huh. Have you guys seen the BB files that just came out? Oh boy. Search up the BB files when you have time. It's all over TikTok.
Did you hear the recording of a woman and it sounds just like Erica that came out in the Epstein files?
No, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Allegedly, she knew Epstein. And remember, she was in the Trump pageant world and they all ran together. He was his best friend, you know.
And she ran that Romanian Angels deal where they, were helping kids from Romania or something, and they had all them kids go missing.
Yep. And they got kicked out for trafficking
Now, see, I can never verify that part, that she was actually kicked out. Yeah, we spent hours looking for that, and we found very little information about the company itself, and we could never verify that. So if you have that, please.
No, I thought it was the organization itself was banned for that, right? Did you find?
That's
was
what
there
I
that?
heard. That's what I heard, but
proof?
we were never able to verify it.
Then maybe the whole trafficking thing is just a conspiracy.
Yes.
So, real quick, the BB files, and I'm going to hop down. Thanks so much for having me up. I have to go back to work. But the BB files are hours and hours and hours of police footage of BB being interviewed, basically interrogated by his own government and by the police in the Knesset. And he reveals how his true character and how evil he is in these files. And it's put out by the Tucker Carlson network. So you can search it up here, and then you can watch the longer one on the Tucker Carlson page. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thank you, Nadia, for bringing that up. I appreciate it. Is it this here? The BB Files full documentary?
I believe it was it's either last year or this year. It's fairly recent that it just came out.
Is there anywhere where I could find it where I don't have to watch it on Tucker Carlson's channel?
Well, this is Filmy Crazy 2 days ago. BB Files movie documentary. I don't know if it's the same one or not, but oh, come on, biatch. Of course, it has no problem showing us all the credit information. All right, well, let's just refresh. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Well, I guess it's not going to work. Son of a bitch. Either way, I'll look it up. I'll check it out. Because the show did end an hour ago. And guys, again, if you want to support the show so I can continue doing this, you can send your love offerings or coffees to my Crash App or Vimo, which is $LibLoudmouth or @LibLoudmouth, respectively. Or you can send some gifts. We didn't meet the first goal. Haven't got a single donut for the second one. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up anyway. It's been almost 5 hours now. It is what it is. Dylan, I appreciate you being here, man. It's always a pleasure. I hope you're...
Yeah, dude, I appreciate you having me up, man.
Yeah, I hope your new format's working out. I hope it goes well. And thanks. I guess we'll see you around.
Of course. Are you going live tomorrow?
I don't know. I mean, well, the likes were up 93,000, didn't quite hit 100K. I don't know, man. It's crazy. The other day they took suspended my ability to get gifts.
Oh, did they?
For 10 minutes. Yeah, it said low interaction. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Yeah, 10 minutes.
I've never heard of that one before.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, after the 10 minutes were up, like everybody started gifting. It was kind of funny.
I mean, with me, it's static imagery, so I mean, I can't even show a picture just by itself without getting fucking restricted these days on this app. So I'm really trying to push more people over to YouTube and a couple other streaming platforms to do the video studies and debates. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see going forward.
Because it's that group that wants to have Jerry Springer on every night. They've done a number.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Podcast time. Time to set up a podcast.
Have to do something because this ain't cutting it. Anyway, all right. Well, hey, guys, I appreciate it, and we'll see you when we see you.
Thanks,
Cheers, man.
Bye,
Peace.
Bye.